close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Fueled by thunder, see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by thunder, see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
In the corner of the room, not ready to resume, 'cause I can't take it. Don't wanna be alone, but I'm not in the zone. I'm looking for somebody. I'm looking for somebody. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
I've been getting out of bed these past few days. Think it's fair to be proud about it. I've quit ordering from all those fast food chains. I'm feeling better, there's no doubt about it. And my days are brighter, my shoulders are so much lighter. Just for a moment there, I thought that there was nothing more to life. I thought about it, wrote a couple songs about it. Just for a moment there, I lost myself. Mind if I be real for a minute? It's almost like everything I feel had a limit. It now gone past, finding reasons to smile and to laugh. And whenever it's a bad day, music is my band-aid. Here the other day I turned off all the lights. Spent an hour with my memories, and then I realized it's not all black and white. Like I was colorblind but mentally, yeah. Now my days are brighter, just no longer feeling tired. I don't wear my PJs every day, cause I would rather be on site. I thought about it, wrote a couple songs about it. Just for a moment there, I lost myself. Music is my band. Till I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Fly away. It's the first time of today. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. So we like a Memphis. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me.
Here we go.
Sometimes I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drive back to an empty room, and it's setting in. Now that your things are gone, what have I done? Was everything worth this? I guess I deserve this. Why do I run whenever I'm hurting? I guess I'm still learning how to.
Radiant's team back.
Strategic approaches to the game and some big maneuvers, then perhaps Team Spirit isn't going to be your cup of tea. However, if you're into individual outplays and just incredible
10 seconds
talent
remaining.
and just some amazing clutch plays, they're definitely the ones to follow. You know, they're the equivalent of CSGO where one player remains and just aces them, right? Something like that. I don't really play a lot of CSGO, but whatever. You get my point. They're fun. That's all that matters. PSG.LGD, on the other hand, they're PSG.LGD.
You can't underestimate PSG.LGD. We talked a lot about Team Spirit, but in reality, how do you foresee this series
10
going before we get into the
seconds
draft, Theban?
PSG
gonna be
LGD's
Team
turn
Spirit.
to
I don't think
bat.
they've played against a team of this caliber in terms of macro movement. I feel like it's gonna end. If Team Spirit's gonna win this, it's gonna go all the way to Game 5. And I said yesterday, I want Toronto Tokyo to really step it up because he's gonna
10
need to outplay
seconds
Xiaowei
remaining.
in the mid lane. Maybe that's
Radiant
like the weak
team
point
pick.
of LGD right now. And maybe if he can take over a game, especially win matchups that he normally shouldn't, we might see some game of Team Spirit. But other than that, LGD, I think they're still the clear favorites there.
I think that's very reasonable. Let's get into the draft then for game number 1 of this grand
10
final
seconds
matchup of
remaining.
LGD versus Team Spirit. And we're going to start things off with the Monkey King and the
5
Clinks
seconds
banned out by
remaining.
Team Spirit, and LGD will ban out the Coddle and the Bane. But guys, I do want to ask you for some concrete predictions. Exactly what do you think the score will be at the end of the day, guys?
It's gonna be a rough one. I would agree that Team Spirit will take this one. It's gonna go all the stretch, all the way, but probably 3-1 PSG.LGD, something like that.
PSG LGD.
What am I saying? Team Spirit's gonna win this 3-0 for the Slab boys. They're on momentum. I can't go against them, and how do I talk to my dad after?
I see what you did there. You know, you took two different possible outcomes, you know, put it in the same sentence. So, you know, covering your
10
bases there.
seconds
I don't
remaining.
know. I'm all in on Team Spirit, man. To the moon, all in.
5
Okay.
seconds remaining.
Like I said, I think LGD, they're the superior team. If I would go with the 3-1 LGD here.
All right. And I'm going 3-2 Team Spirit. Yesterday I said 3-1 Team Spirit. Today I'm saying 3-2 Team Spirit. They're like they can do it, man. They can do it. If anyone can do it, like that low hit run 3-0. I said okay.
3-0. You guys, PSG.LGD who? Don't you know the powerhouse of SEA Team Spirit? It's gonna have
The heart
However,
of Lizard talking.
Yeah. However, I'm already worried because PSG.LGD, they banned out the Kotel, which is obviously a problem for every single team, but they banned out this Bane, which means they're very well prepared. They've been watching Team Spirit, and they banned out Miposhka's favorite hero, and now they snatched that bat plus Elder. That has been highly contested, but you are playing versus Vengeful, and that's swap versus last, so it always comes in handy.
It certainly does.
10 seconds remaining.
Talk to me about these bans from Team Spirit, Theban, because we're starting to see a decline in popularity for the
5
Clinks, but then
seconds
Team
remaining.
Spirit go ahead and ban it for phase now.
Yeah, I think it's more of like an LGD thing, where they're willing to play it in the mid lane or the safe lane, and the way that they move around with the hero is much more fluid than the other teams. Is just a respect towards LGD. They were so dominant with it, especially at ESL and at this event. Like, people have not wanted to give it to them, and it's kind of just carrying on till now. Monkey King, excellent safe lane carry hero right now. Also can be played in the position 4. So Team Spirit just don't want to have to deal with that flex possibility. In terms of the picks, though, I think LGD are really looking to have a stronger team fight, and this Batrider pick is most likely going to be played by Xiaowei, and Team Spirit are reacting accordingly right away.
Instant Quap pick. Didn't really wait for the next phase at all. But PSG.LGD, like you said, Xiaowei can play it, but doesn't have to go mid with it, right? Like they can put this Batrider anywhere. And this Queen of Pain, I think for Team Spirit, what matters is they got their Queen of Pain. Is this Queen going to be versus Bet or not? That's second, because they love the hero no matter what. So I'm down with some Queen of Pain and Venge. Also, when they take the sets, it's going to be two identical heroes. You'll see later on.
I do hope, though, that Team Spirit will be drafting some kind of team fight anchors in their lineup. The Vengeful Spirit most likely to be the offlane position, so either in the position 4, I think it has to be in the position 4, or the carry needs to be some kind of a frontliner that can just be able to soak damage, provide some kind of disables as well.
Yeah, we actually saw we saw Tundra struggle quite a bit whenever they picked out these position trees that are kind of in their own world, doing their own thing, your Lycans and whatnot. Vengeful does contribute a little bit more, but if it is a tree, you need a brawler type 4 at least, right? Like these spirit breakers, clocks, whatever, these initiators.
There's that ban right there. That was very important for LGD to get rid of the Faceless Void, because that would have been the lockdown plus the frontlining hero that could have soaked enough damage and a good matchup against the Batrider too. So LGD, I think they came really prepared for this series. That's what I gotta say.
Yeah,
I like
looking good from them.
Nomad, you can talk a little bit. We've been having a dialogue forever.
AB conversation?
Yeah, pretty much.
10 seconds.
You know me, I like to listen to you guys, and I like to get into my stats a little bit, see what's going on. And Quap has had she's been picked up twice and she's won both games, so she obviously looks really good in both the games she's played. Really strong in the lane, which is something which is kind of interesting now. That hero's always been good in lane, but right now seems like it's the changes. Dagger now healing you seems to have done miracles for her.
Was it Spirit picking her both times? I know they picked her once at least. I can't remember if it was 2 games. I think it might have been 2 games, yeah.
I don't think it was Spirit who picked Queen of Pain, was it?
They had it once.
I guess Fnatic,
yeah,
right.
They had it once for sure.
Fnatic, yeah.
In any case, Team Spirit, they banned out Beastmaster and Lycan. When you're running a draft such as this one with Vengeful, especially if Venge is position 3, you can't really hold your ground when you're playing versus all these zoo-type heroes that are, unfortunately for most of us, back in the meta. So Beastmaster and Lycan, they definitely have to go.
It looks like most of the time when they're being banned in pairs, right?
I love how you just gave up on the search. Yeah, no idea. Wait, I heard Nayo. I did.
You did hear Nayo. Yep, LGD have grabbed themselves that little ball of light to help them. And still no Bloodseeker ban, so something which both Tundra and Fnatic feared a lot, this Bloodseeker from Team Spirit, is kind of being ignored in this draft so far.
5 seconds remaining.
And Io also a hero that has been banned against LGD
Radiant
a lot, letting through as well. I'm not so sure if you want to play Bloodseeker without having too many disables here. And yeah, there it is. Team Spirits go with the Shadow Demon Sven. And I think that Sven is kind of like a block pick.
Oh, and this is really good though.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Absolutely disgusting.
It's going to be difficult for the Sven to play the game now. It has its merits, however. You are playing versus Elder Titan. That Warcry will come in handy. Io and Slark are disgusting. especially when you have some hero as a bat on the map, constantly catching and creating those relocate plays for you. And I like Queen of Pain and the AoE damage that she brings versus Slark overall, but the leash and Slark in general, it's gonna be a problem this game for Team Spirit. Maybe they picked the Sven a little bit too hastily.
There's a lot this Queen of Pain has to get done in this game. Like, she's gonna have to snowball, get a lot of items early on, so to be able to shut this Slark down, because the moment the Slark starts to get a couple of those items, most of the items he buys has strength, right? So he has a pretty large HP pool. I'm not so sure how much damage Queen of Pain is going to be able to do to the Slark by herself.
Yeah, and the nice Bloodseeker ban. Yeah, you had to, right? Like, now that the Slark is picked up, there's no way you let the Bloodseeker go through. It could be played on the offlane and just could make your life hell.
I have a feeling their preparation was like, okay, if they pick Bloodseeker, we go the Io Sven route. If they steal the Sven, then we're gonna pick the Slark, because that was a snap pick, and there's no way they were gonna pick that Slark if they saw the Bloodseeker first.
100%. It's they expected the Sven and they picked it up, because you kind of know, right? The majority of teams, they go for the Sven anyway, and now when PSG.LGD picked Io first, you know they're gonna pick it even harder, as if they don't, you're giving away the Io Sven, which can be problematic. Night Stalker banned out by Team Spirit as their last ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Night Stalker has been a beast this tournament.
I'm just surprised they made it till here. The Night Stalker. I know LGD are not favoring it as much, but Team Spirit not taking it up. I think it's because of the bench for Spirit mainly.
One thing I will say is that they have 2 saves plus a Sven, and we know that's a combination which can be very, very strong. You know, we've talked before, Aegis not that valuable on Sven because of God Strength, but keeping him alive whilst that God Strength is going is really, really nice. Venge and Shadow Demon can both do that, and also versus Slark, you know, you just want to stop him getting those shifts up really, really quickly, and the Venge and Shadow Demon can do that, and the final pickup is going to be the Sand King as well. More AoE damage, really, really nice.
I like this. Yeah, I like it as well. Basically, before their last pick, I was thinking to myself, what do they pick here to salvage this draft? Because for me, it's solid, it's fine, but I'm not as optimistic as I was
5 seconds remaining.
At the beginning of the panel. Sand King looks decent, though.
This is very similar to what they ran against Tundra, right? Tundra Slark, where they had this Sand King pick right after it. I think they have a feeling that Sand King does extremely well against the Slark. They needed another disabler, in my opinion, so this definitely helps out much more. I thought they were going to go for like an axe or something, and I was going to be like, I don't really like that, but this Sand King, I think, has much more options.
Yeah. Has more potential this game for sure. Meanwhile, PSG.LGD are going to reveal if Batrider will go mid, or if they will maybe mix things up and send him on offlane. Is there something that Queen of Pain really suffers against at the moment that's still left in the pool? They could go for some crazy Zhao Wei Legion commander or something. Okay.
Or something. Okay, Underlord. Okay, not bad.
I like to think some people watching LGD for like who haven't watched them that much might be like, "Whoa, they go Underlord Batrider in the same draft." Like, no, this is pretty tame by their standards. A pretty normal draft for LGD.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might be a Batrider offlane and an Underlord middle by Faith Beyond. And they're going to try to get Zhao Wei to match up against the Sven. Because if he goes mid against this Queen of Pain, we saw what Toronto Tokyo with Quap did to Cheon's Batrider.
Yeah.
That was not good for the Bat. So it might be favorable for the Bat lane against the Sven here. And Team Spirit might not see it coming if they see that Zhao Wei is on that Batrider.
Will Toronto Tokyo really care, though? I mean, maybe he will not crush the lane as hard, but...
He will not care, but it's more about Zhao Wei having a good game, and also being able to put some pressure on the Sven.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. Still, though, Underlord gives you some catch, bit of Malice, Atos in this kind of a lineup to help out versus the Sand King, to help out mainly versus the Queen of Pain, right? Makes a lot of sense, brings a lot of utility to their lineup. I have to say, I like the Sand King last pick from Team Spirits, which has me dancing a little bit from one side to the other when it comes.
You can't decide. Steven, do you want to put forward your prediction first?
I think LGD's late game potential is insane, but Team Spirit,
Prepare for
Toronto,
battle.
Tokyo, this might just be his game. That being said, though, I always prefer the late game, so I'm gonna go with the LGD.
Just put me on the Slavic squad, of course. Let's go Slash.
Team Spirit. I'm going Team Spirit as well. They look like they can brawl, and that's exactly what they will be doing in this series. So, yeah, it's going to get messy, and Team Spirit, I reckon, are going to come out on top. But let's bring it over to our casters. We've got B-Cop who's casting. You'll be delighted when he's on the mic. We all get it.
Prepare
Let's
for
bring it over
battle.
to our casters. We've got B-Cop who's casting. You'll be delighted when he's on the mic. We all get excited. With him as Mo, you'll be distressed. He's just above average when he's at his best.
Thank you, Nomad. Man, this guy's rhyming.
I promise you. I absolutely promise you. He's been sat up for he was sat up all night thinking about that. He was like, God, how do I
He do look tired.
He's got 2 hours sleep. He's been up all
30
day thinking about it
seconds
as
to
well.
Gets that one line out of there.
He is so good at finding mid wards. I'm sure there's not. I'd love to see the stats, but I reckon there hasn't been a better team this tournament at de-warding around that mid lane before the rune spawn.
Yeah, they're like pre-horn movements are some of the best from what we've seen in this one, but the China Dota PIT as well. They played really well around the horn and around what they want to get done in terms of vision.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would say that I'm on the spirit train today, B-Cup.
Everybody on the spirit train. I'm surprised that the faith has been lost here on LGD. All of a sudden, Magic Missile with the Burrow Strike coming in from Collapse and Mira. Ame in some trouble. He's starting to get some essence shift, though. Only 4. But it's not looking really that great for Ame.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, the tether is gone, the life is gone, and Collapse gets first blood. Not the start that they would want on LGD. And, we praise their early pre-horn movements, and then they give us that.
So when I just say I'm on the spirit train today, I meant for this game. I realised that it made it sound like it was for the whole series, but I think their draft for this game looks really strong. They've got this really good mid matchup that we've mentioned before from on the panel. Toronto Tokyo, when he had to play this matchup before, did a really good job. And I think Joey probably been one of the better Batrider players this tournament, but I would still favour Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, like you said, he's had some good performances on this Queen of Pain, and I'm interested to see. They picked it up pretty early, so they're prioritizing it for him. And, he's when you have good performances with a hero, certainly want to try it again. When you've got the ability to really flex and try things in a best of 5, why not? Not the most common picked mid. I think Nomad said it's only been picked twice this event.
Yeah, it's just against Batrider specifically, we've been seeing teams doing it, right?
Right. An 8-0 to the 6-1. So the CSing pretty much even over in the mid lane. Taking a look top though, we've got Ame, Shinkyu up in the top lane with Ame. Not really what you see too often from LGD.
No, but you want the sustaining lane against the Sand King, right? You see this a lot from teams when they pick this Wisp 4. They tend to play it in the safe lane, and then the position 5 will move to the off lane.
Ame trying to secure some CS as best he can, and this is also a move on the Venge from what we've been normally seeing, the 3 to the 4. But I'm not surprised Collapse is not who we've been seeing play Venge, more so like the Axes, the Mags, the Sand Kings, the guys who blink initiate, want to get something done.
I mean, I'm sure we can play Venge, right? But like you say, I think they look so much better on Spirit when he's playing those big initiate team fighters.
Yeah.
The CS across the board, though, looking really good for LGD so far. Especially in this mid lane.
And Zhao, he's had his struggles in the mid lane in a couple of these matchups, but for the most part, even when his laning goes poorly, he somehow makes something of nothing, and it's always interesting to see how he accomplishes that.
Well, if you see his skill build as well, he actually went Flame Break at level 3, which I think against the Queen of Pain something that happens a decent amount, right? Where you want to be able to offer that damage threat on the Queen of Pain, but you know you're never going to get it from Firefly because she just blinks away. So.
Right. Is it possible that maybe you force that blink with the Flame Break and then dive in with Firefly?
I mean, potentially, but it's so difficult. Mira?
Oh, Mira in some trouble. Ame trying to get the kill, pops the Fairy Fire, just surviving, and then a salve. They're trying to stay in this lane, has 4 tangos and a mango to go. Burrow Strike on 2 with the Wave of Terror, but that's just... Yeah, a good glyph to stop it. Collapse from getting a bit of CS with that Burrow Strike. And now they're starting to right-click away on these heroes. They've got the Pounce Leash. There's the Magic Missile. Right-clicking in. Mira just used that salve.
Oh, the Courier as well.
Oh, yeah, Collapse losing that Courier, but it did deliver before it did go down. So not awful, but definitely not what you want to be giving away. And again, I'm playing so aggressive.
But that's the thing, because you have the Wisp in your lane, you have the ability to play aggressive because it's so much more difficult for Spirit to punish you when the sustain is there from the Wisp. He has the Ring of Regen and a Headdress. Like, the amount of regen at the moment on the Slark just means he can kind of do whatever he wants in this lane, you know, within reason.
And at the moment, even if he gets in a little bit of trouble, he does have 10 wand charges to go back to. And potentially survive. Like, he's not an easy kill, and he definitely feels comfortable playing in the faces of Team Spirit in this lane at the moment. Ooh, Courier coming over. This one might die before it delivers.
Courier has been
and it does, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that as well, though. Just, yeah, ticked over to 1k net worth lead here for LGD. And again, we've mentioned it time and time again. Look at the support net worths. That's where the big difference maker comes in.
And these are two teams that have, at least in this event, played their aggression very, very aggressively.
They played the aggression aggressively.
Played their...
That's pretty
advantage aggressively. There we go. You could have let me have it.
Absolutely not. I haven't thrown you under the bus enough this event, actually. And now we're in the final. I'm leashing my my final power.
He's going Super Saiyan 4.
Yeah.
I've killed Krillin, and well, now I deserve to pay for it. You can already see Faith Beyond, who's really the anchor for this team. It's something we say a lot about the offlaners in China, especially, say, JT. He's one of those guys who is always the anchor. You're always expecting him to have a pretty consistent time in his lane. And yeah, Faith Beyond, his performances, his lock, like CS and everything that he provides in terms of being that guy towards the top of the net worth always feels pretty consistent from him. Yeah, they might have caught Collapse out. Is Burrow for a second?
He's desperately trying to get in front of him for the tether slow, but couldn't quite manage it. He doesn't have any regen on Collapse either. He has these phase boots queued up again, but I'm wondering, because the lane's a little bit more difficult this game, whether he might just look for the straight blink rush instead.
He's holding a lot of gold. He's sitting second on the net worth. Like, he could definitely do that. And if he's got the farm, if the lane stays consistent like this, go for the blink, right? Like, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Because I look at this game, and I think if you can get the early blink on the Sand King in conjunction with this, like, Queen of Pain, they have the ability to play such, like, quick Dota. I'm not saying LGD can't, but I think you need that kill threat relatively early on. Oh, he's going for the phase boost. Okay, take it all back. He definitely wants the phase boost first. I've always said that.
With a lot of conviction as well. And something I've noticed too, again, it's just Yatoro going back into the jungle. He had a bunch of stacks to work with, and now Faith Beyond coming over and swiping some of those stacks. And LGD, while watching Team Spirit, definitely noticed that. I think a lot of teams towards the back end of the event kind of did as well, where they know Spirit, Maposhka, he's always looking for these stacks to make for his carry. And yeah, you know, if it's going to be made for him, you need to invade and try and steal them. And that's exactly what Faith Beyond does.
Especially when you play these heroes like Venge as well, they're stacking such low effort. Like Venge Shadow Demon, hit a camp, Wave of Terror, and you get so much efficiency out of it. I don't know, like, Collapse all of a sudden, like, he's ahead of the Slark in net worth, even though the lane's been relatively difficult.
And now he's going into the blank.
The Underlord's net worth now looks so good, though. after taking that stack before. And it'll be interesting to see what Faithbjorn does, because I think he had treads that I saw before. And I think when you have this back... Oh, no, he doesn't have treads. Right, okay. It was somebody else. So he's gone for the early hood. I was wondering whether he might turn into some sort of like semi-carry.
Flying some trouble. Toronto Tokyo's here with Miposhka. And White walks away for a second, but they've got 3 stacks of the Shadow Poison. Probably not who I expected to get that kill, but Miposhka claims Y's life.
Yeah, like, okay, so my problem with LGD's lineup is moving forward, like, into the mid-game, right? We talked about this yesterday with Tundra. Their ability to, like, blow people up quickly is a bit of a worry for me, right? They have these 2 cores that are good in long fights, in, like, Batrider and Underlord, and especially Slark as well, but the burst damage isn't really there. So when you're playing against these heroes like Sand King and Quap that are really mobile, and they have the double defensive save behind them, then killing heroes quickly is a difficult thing to do.
And that's something we saw Tundra kind of struggle with Collapse on this Sand King, where if you give him too much time to work with, I mean, this guy's going to make you pay. He finds his farm, he finds his openings, he knows his angles. He really went off these last few days. It's kind of been disgusting from him. And by kind of, it's been really disgusting. He's played so well.
I would say, though, it made me laugh that LGD banned Bane. Like, oh, the pig pole, easy. We talked about on the cast yesterday how much work the Miposhka Bane was doing, and I love to see that LGD have respected it so much they just have to take it out.
Respected that and the Coddle.
Sven stacking once more. Can she get it off? I don't think the Ancients are stacking. No, but...
That's a big camp. They're going on to Collapse. They've got Jowade here in the top lane. They're going to chase him, but the Burrow Strike trying to leave. Pig pull again. Running from these heroes, and they do have lasso if they're forced to use it, but here comes Toronto Tokyo. The lasso comes out of the Queen of Pain. They still get the kill on a Collapse. They're gonna look over at Toronto Tokyo, who blinked into this one. It's on cooldown for 3 more seconds. Jowade and Jinku are gone, but Ame will get that kill in return. They come over with Yatoro as well as Mira. He goes into the ulti and tries to go after Yatoro, who's popped his God Strength. Not going to continue to fight, but all of a sudden, Ame's got himself 2 permanent agility and 2 kills in this lane.
Yeah, sick turn by Toronto Tokyo, though. It was so close to just killing the Wisp and the Batrider straight away. I will say, though, that really well played by Jowade to lasso the Queen of Pain instead of the Sand King. Like, if that Queen of Pain had just been able to stand there and hit during that duration, I think the fight would have been completely different, right? So he reads the situation really well.
Radiant's middle tower.
Look at that. Yatoro all of a sudden just almost top of the network. And Miposhka getting run down. Jowade's made his way down here. He's got the boost to travel, can move around the map pretty quickly. And, well, he's come bottom after that death top. They'll get the kill. They should be able to get the tower, potentially, if they stay on it.
This catapult. 1 HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Has that maxed out Firestorm, so taking the tower seems pretty easy. Collapse Radiant's in the dire jungle.
Yeah, he's playing really aggressive, but like he is forcing rotations and things, right? Like he's just cutting waves, being as annoying as possible. He's 200 gold off his blink as well, so that timing that we talked about, maybe he wanted to get that blink early. With that stack in particular before, he actually still has a really strong amount of net worth, so the blink's going to come at a good time anyway.
A good flame break to push off that illusion rune. Now Mira coming over, hit with the Pit of Malice. The Earth Splitter flies in from Y. They should be able to kill off Mira with no problems, and Miposhka shows himself for a second. Not going to have enough there to help out this Venge.
Is under attack.
And I assume the build is still the same for the 4 Venge, right? You just go Ags after Boots?
Yeah, I think so. Unless they want some kind of like...
But they have a sentry down, lasso on a Collapse. Burrow Strikes, try to get away. Flame breaks there, goes into the pig pole. They've brought in Ame, and Pounce not leashing, but the right clicks are in, and Jowade gets credit for the kill. Ame participating in one shot, has himself 3 permanent agility stolen, and they get another kill on the Sand King. But he did buy out on that blink before he died.
Yeah, exactly. He buys the blink first, so it's not the end of the world. Level 4 Pit of Malice here.
And the Pit of Malice as well as the sleep. That means Pit of Malice is going to go off again. They're behind them. They've got the disruption. They have Jinkyu as well as Ame coming through. They're going to body block Maposhka. They'll take the kill on the Shadow Demon. End up losing the tier 1 over mid, but they're right on top of Miro once more. And both supports are going to bite it here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they do get the mid tier 1 though, so it could have been worse. But I think if LGD are able to transition this into a mid tier 1 of their own, which it looks like they will, they'll be more than happy with that trade, evenly on the towers and getting the 2 kills. We'll see if they can do it.
And Ame is 7k net worth already, and he's getting real close to that Diffusal Blade.
Dire are scanning.
They're looking for the Epi. And he stopped it.
So they don't get the tower though. Yeah, and it's interesting to see as well the difference in Slark. Like from yesterday where we saw Skeeter play it, like he didn't really join fights for the first 20 minutes, it felt like. And I know it's different this game because they have a Wisp, so like the Slark has an easy way into the fight. But LGD willing to use that hero a little bit earlier on potentially than Tundra were.
They've got this Blink Dagger on the Sand King. I'm not certain it's been shown yet. They also have a double damage waiting on Toronto Tokyo, who's about to have this Orchid, so a bit of a item timing here for Team Spirit with Yatoro continuing to farm this jungle. He's got himself the Echo Saber, Mask of Madness ready to go. God Strength on cooldown though for 14 more seconds, so that could be a timing where Team Spirit look to fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. Are they reliant on the BKB timing here potentially on the Slark still, or can they go with the Diffusal?
Can LGD go, or can Team Spirit go? Sorry.
My problem, like, if Slark doesn't have BKB, they do have a lot of burst, right, on Spirit. So, like, going in with the Diffuser, all it takes is one, like, mistake. We saw yesterday, you know, like, one good Sand King stun into the burst that Spirit have. They can kill the Slark quickly. And I think that's an Orchid on the Queen of Pain flying out.
Yeah, it is. Is it though? Are they going to try and fight where Ame's leading the charger? He's in the entire time. It looks like they're set up to do so. I was thinking more so that they'd be farming and have them relocate in afterwards.
Yeah, you can do. I mean, Wisp was changed a little bit from what it used to be, though. Where, hang on, Maposhka.
It's going to be spotted. They'll slow him down with the Diffusal. The disruption comes out. They'll have the Venge coming in. They've got themselves the Pit of Malice, and now the Blink as well as the Epic coming in with the Burrow Strike. They don't have the damage. They have the mech, but the kill is on Ame as well as Jinkyu. They'll take out both.
It feels so good talking about something, and then it just happens straight away.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often, but when it does...
It feels good.
You feel so vindicated. That was so close to him not dying, though, right? With the mech coming through from Jinkyu. Ame kind of going crazy going up the hill.
Dire's top tower is under
blindly.
attack.
But, I mean, it could have been good, right? Like, if they kill off the Shadow Demon quickly, the fight's much different. But the supporting cast just a little bit far behind for LGD. And they don't really scale that well going into the late game on LGD, you have to say. I mean, the Slark's a good matchup against the Sven, right? Like in these long fights in the late game. Mm-hmm. But Spirit have the burst potential, and their other two cores on LGD don't scale particularly well on the Underlord and the Batrider. Unless the Underlord goes into like some semi-carry builder like an AC or something. But it seems like he's going a little bit more utility-based.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sven's almost at this BKB. Is he gonna dismantle the Echo Saber?
Collapse. Cancels the TP. I don't think it's gonna matter.
He's pig-pulled and surrounded. Jiaowei with the kill.
That Underlord with the overcharge as well. Madness. Clicks like a monster.
Radiant's top tower.
Pushkin just taking away some vision here. doing his thing as best he can right now, sitting... Both supports actually sitting higher than LGDs, and that's really what we look at quite often in these LGD games. It's just the difference in net worths where we can find it. Meanwhile, Zhao Eight's been spotted, and he is very dead. Toronto Tokyo moving in with Mira to get that kill. He's got that
big
BKB, but...
Big net worth increase for Toronto Tokyo as well, 500 gold.
Yeah. And he's almost got his BKB. And it looks like Yatoro's not going to dismantle that Echo Saber, and he's just going to buy out on the BKB.
Is there a mech on the Wisp Beaker?
No, he's still building it.
How did he save the Slark before? What happened? Did he just wand or something and fairy fire?
Yeah, I think so.
Is under attack.
I swear I heard the noise from mech.
Yeah, I thought I heard a mech noise as well. I just assumed he had it.
Radiant are scanning.
They're looking to make a play here up towards top. BKB gets popped as the magic missile's thrown their way. Still slowed up, goes into the pig hole, staying right on top of Mira. On the other side of the fight, though, they've got themselves the Sonic Wave coming through and getting the kill on the Jinkyu. They're going to look over at Ame and try and finish off this Sark. The lasso comes through under the Venge, and now Jinkyu, who bought back, TP's in and tethers up onto Ame. God Strength pop going after Faith Beyond the Cleave, really doing some damage on the Zhao Wei. Not only on the Faith Beyond, they've got the Earth Splitter coming through from Y as he only is able to just stand there. This is a new BKB for Yatoro. They get the kill on the Faith Beyond, and they've got some heroes low on Team Spirit. The dust comes out. It's on a collapse, but the swap is there from Mira to save the Sand King. Nobody lost from Team Spirit yet.
I mean, these double defensive supports, man. Like, they swap out the Sven, they then banish the Venge. They're just saving each other.
Ooh, Burrow Strike on it too. And now Toronto Tokyo coming over. They've got the silence on Ame trying to survive. The right click's on a collapse, but it's not going to be enough for him to survive. And Toronto Tokyo gets the kill. They finally take out Mira, but there's only one killed off on Team Spirit. They've killed off Faith Beyond as well as Ame. They had the buyback coming out from Jinkyu. They look after Y. He's getting chased down by 3 heroes. He's certainly dead on the screen already. Zhao 8 is forced to TP away. He goes back towards mid, and Jinkyu's already walked away as he bought back, doesn't want to die again.
But this is what I was saying, that like LGD, it's so difficult for them to find these kills. Like the double defensive supports, the lack of like burst damage relatively early on. Such a big issue for them here. This like the constant saves coming through from Spirit, disrupting the fights.
Yeah.
It feels like the Spirit from yesterday. They're still very much here.
And they're up 5,000 net worth. They've had such a great time so far. They've played around the aggression that LGD were pushing forward quite well. And I wonder if maybe they've pushed and stymied it enough that now LGD, they might need to stop for a little bit because they want this BKB on Ame, right? So if you just take the time to farm that up, kind of hold back on fighting a little bit and wait for that.
Well, it's difficult though, right? Because the Batrun has just finished his BKB. So it's like, oh, do we want to wait for the Slark BKB, or do we want to play around this like bat BKB that we've just finished off? Like the timings are slightly off for LGD. Oh, he gets out on the Poshka.
Faith Beyond, Lotus Orb for him next, as he's picked up a pipe and a Rod of Atos, so he's got a decent chunk of farm. The top 2 right now are the Sven of the Queen of Pain, so Yatoro, who's used these stacks, and well, he's 2-0-1, just continuing to farm and be involved when he can be. He's going for a Daedalus next, and he just picked up a Blink Dagger, so definitely a time to fight for Team Spirit as they'll group up and smoke. They have God Strength ready.
What can they find though? Because Roche is up, remember. If they don't find a kill, I don't think they should force it. Maybe potentially just go and look to play around the pit instead. But we know what Spirit are like. They do like finding these kills.
Might find something in the triangle. They're going to walk up. They put down the obs. They just spot Jinkyu. And they're going to come through. They've got themselves the God Strength so quickly killed. And he had bought back. They'll take it in one swipe as well.
I think they just run into Roche now, surely.
Is there anything really to stop them from taking it? It does not feel like that's likely. I mean, you do have Elder Titan. He's very good at disrupting these Roche attempts, but I just don't think there's confidence there in going that way.
LGD do scan it, though, so they know this is going on, and they're going to head into the pit. You have to remember, with the Elder Titan, they have really good stall around the pit here. Underlord as well, probably one of the better heroes.
It's already so low. It's already getting down towards the end. They need to get into the pit, but they won't be able to do so. Oh, they actually get the kill on a Roche. Sonic Wave comes in. They've got themselves the Rod of Atos coming through, as well as the Pit of Malice onto the Shadow Demon. Yatoro comes through, clicks in, and it's a two-man stun. They're looking for Jowlade, who gets out of the high ground. The swaps in on the Y. They got the kill on the potion. They're going to look over as Zombies coming into the fight, looking for Mira. Y ends up dead. Venge in trouble. Down goes Mira. Two heroes gone on the side of Spirit as they'll buy back on Y. Jowlade still very low. TPing out and away from this fight.
That's so unfortunate.
Toronto, Tokyo.
He got stuck in the trees by the creeps, so he had to BKB to get away.
Yeah. And not awful from LGD. Spirit, though, forcing the buyback on Y. They lose both their supports. They end up getting the Aegis, but the Aegis kill, or the Roche kill, is LGD's. It was a snatched Aegis.
Yeah, I think if Xiaowei had died there, the fight would have been much better for Spirit, right? But
yeah,
the fact that he's able to just get up on the cliff and get out of there. Decent fight for LGD. Oh, collapse. They have lasso.
And they're going up towards the top with the relocate. They have the Rod of Atos on to Toronto, Tokyo. Now the Malice as well as the sleep. He doesn't have the BKB. He used it for the previous fight, but they're going to go in with the God Strike as well as the BKB. The damage on the Faith Beyond is just too much for him to handle, and now Jinku's going back over. They'll relocate out. They relocated in to try and take this fight, but the complete turnaround, which is something we see so often from Team Spirit, is right there, ready and willing to go.
Got the dagger.
They get the kill on Xiaowei. They've got the dagger on to Y. They might dive this tower, and it looks like they're definitely going to dive this tower. They have the blink and the God Strike still going, and they'll get the kill on a Y. Triple kill for Yatoro, and that is easy pickings there for Team Spirit.
Radiant's
well played by Collapse there to drag the fight out a little bit longer, so the initial lasso didn't come through. Drags LGD a little bit too far from where they would like, and Wisp with the relocate just manages to get out, but very close to dying as well. Is this the most port we've seen Jin this tournament, I feel, at like 25 minutes?
Seems like it, yeah. And it's just not the hero that we've been seeing him play. Not the type of, Monkey Kings, Void Spirits, just more heroes that become cores than this.
I mean, he is a great Wisp player, though. Like, yeah, he's played it a lot before, but I agree with what you're saying. Like, different to normal. Is that the Wisp shard? Or is it the Slark shard?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Slark shard coming out. He's got the Depth Shroud now. Ags finished on Mira, too.
Very good against, like, the Sven, right? Where if the Sven's trying to blow somebody up, you pounce in on the Slark with the Depth Shroud and keep them alive. They don't really... I guess they have decent AoE damage with the Queen of Pain and the Sand King, but for the Sven itself...
Bounce.
Not easy.
Although this is a kill on Mira, who's got that new Ags. They're going to continue to chase. They've got Collapse going with the Epicenter as well as the Burrow Strike. Oh, the damage coming in on him forward!
Goodness.
He ends up dead. The Sonic Wave is there. They'll take out Ame. BKB is popped by Xiaowei. He tries to get on the high ground. Maybe going to leave from this one, but they get the kill on Mira. And again, he's got that Ags. They'll try to leave the relocate out. Faith Beyond. He's also going to use that Dark Rift. But they have this Wisp coming back, and they have spotted where he relocated from, and
yeah, and they have Vengeance, so
very dead. They get the kill on Mira, but again, it's just not. It doesn't matter. Once you have that Ags, Venge, it does not matter.
I love the OGA observers when they change the camera angle because they know there's going to be like an absolute chaos, and there's nothing the opponent can do in the moment. Chaotic good. That's the.
Who's the chaotic neutral? My biggest question.
It's definitely the Black Dragon this tournament. He's been the chaotic neutral.
So 7,000 net worth lead here for Team Spirit. Sven sitting at 17,000, just about to finish off the Statos. They got the sleep on Mira again. Mira, he's gonna die. He's got this illusion. If they can get rid of it, feels that much better. But the magic missile comes out onto the Slark. Faith Beyond coming over as well. And Psychic Headband drops for the Queen of Pain while all this is going on, as well as the Quickening Charm on that camp where they were killing Mira. So that's a good kill to get and taking away the illusion, as Ame now with 6 permanent agility.
Oh, for the Sven.
Yep.
This damage increase here. That's worrying. And there's a load to solve on the Sand King as well. So like where they normally have this easy BKB piercing disable, it's even good against the Root as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fabian almost has the goal to get his Lotus Orb as well.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the Lotus Orb obviously against the Venge is the big thing we've seen this tournament, so that swap isn't available. Can't help but feel they'll be using the swap defensively, though. Titan Slipper for the Sven, thank you very much.
Thanks for making my game that much easier. Right now he is holding onto the Mindbreaker, though, and I'll also grab that Titan Slipper. They're going to smoke and draw a line right towards bottom.
I think LGD should know this is happening, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're going to scan top, and Radiant are going to scan towards this bottom area of the map. LGD, they should know. And the question is, can Spirit catch them?
Making this cross over the river.
A good retreat there from LGD. Keeping the Slark farming the whole time as well.
Yeah, finds an enchanted quiver, just about has the gold here for the Basher. Got this BKB still at 9 seconds. The swap's going to come through on a Faith Beyond. They have the damage on a Faith Beyond so quickly, but there's the lasso, the disruption though with the save. So Bounce is going to miss. The Air Splitter comes through. Xiaowei kind of caught no man's land. As LGD are going to go after Collapse. They've got the sentry down. They have the vision on him, and now they've got the root from the Rod of Atos, but the BKB is going to be popped as well as the Godstrike coming in from Yatoro. Focuses his attention onto Faith Beyond. Will get the kill there. They've lost Shinku. They've lost Xiaowei. The Sonic Wave comes in, and down goes Ame. 4 heroes dead. Spirit looking for it all, and they will find it with Y in trouble. And Y killed off. It's wicked sick here for Toronto. Tokyo, a 10k lead for Spirit.
Do we need to ban Shadow Demon and Bane V-Cup? Because Maposhka, man, like the Slark pops the BKB, but basically the whole duration gets wasted, as well as the lasso, as well as the Earth Splitter, because of one save from the Shadow Demon.
Has fallen.
And this is onto the high ground. No attack on 3 of these heroes. This is at least looking like a tier 3. They do have this glyph.
You're a fine acolyte.
So there goes the tier 3, and looking like the melee racks will follow. 15 seconds still to go. Highest respawn timer on LGD. They do have a tier 1 bottom, so it's stopping them from going through bot, but top is open.
I mean, they can't deal with Yatora at the moment on LGD. Like, this guy basically just blinks into a fight with the Stainless, and somebody's dead. Like, that fight, it was the Bat Rider, especially after his BKB ended. And he's just able to move from target to target because the rest of Spirit can keep themselves alive. With all this maneuverability and defensive capability.
I'll take your tribute.
Oh, 15k lead here. I believe. Yeah. Collapse looking for that Octarine. It gets even tougher to kill Yatoro as he's picked up that Satanic. And like you said, they don't have the burst damage to kill these heroes on the side of LGD. So you don't have the burst damage. Even if Sven gets low, he's just going to Satanic and be back to full.
And it feels like he just picked up the crit as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it feels like this is the do or die smoke for LGD. If they lose one more set of racks, you know, second Roche is going to spawn here as well. So this fight has to go their way.
Toronto Tokyo spotted.
Oh my god, he went in
aggressively. They're going to get the Rod of Atos as well as the last one, but they've got the Lotus Orb being placed there out onto Toronto Tokyo. Mira comes in, dead for the first time. Sonic Wave hits out of 3. They've got the BKB pop by Xiaowei as well as Toronto Tokyo, but those are finally going to wear off. The Epicenter comes through with the Flame Break pushing Collapse away. It's not the best placed Epicenter, but he's right now in the Sandstorm. They've got the dust. They have Toronto Tokyo coming over from the side. Get your Sven! And Yatoro kills off Faith Beyond and looking towards the rest. He's got he's so strong! He's so strong! Full team wipe for Team Spirit, and game 1 goes their way!
That was such a satisfying attack to watch. Oh my god. Unbelievable from Spirit. I mean, we were, you know, coming into today saying, you know, they've been up against it in every single series they've played.
Yeah.
Every single time they prove us wrong, and they come against the final bosses of
inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and couch.
Say I'm good-hearted, but I'm just getting started. Got my eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Fuck all the cages, no, I won't sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. they'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.
We gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? Fucking got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night. Whoa, everything I touch turn cold. Need no introduction, 'cause they know Brit and Mo. I hit the lotto, my motto. Roll up gelato and throttle a couple models staccato who fucking brought up the bottles. I'm gone ham. This ain't even luck, all planned. Y'all know who the fucks I am. Burning bucks, smoke bands. Always been the MO since the start of this, and now I'm on a mission like I'm Artemis. Hey. We gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? But we got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment, 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption.
One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like fresh fresh when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down, I'm tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me lots of fire. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Yeah, it won't be over till the fat lady sings. Oh, you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine, I stay hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Like a darling, loaded and heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months, I've been messing with you steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me lots of fire. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Самолет несет меня, будто в кулаке зажав великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Самолет несет меня, большой стальной великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Open for
5 seconds remaining.
At that point, just don't lose. Just don't lose. Easy peasy. Alright, we did have the draft available for game number 2, so let's get into this and see if LGD can break the streak of Team Spirit, or if Team Spirit are going to continue dominating game after game after game. One thing I do think they need to look out for in LGD is making sure if you do give away Sven, you limit the amount of save you're going to give him, because double save, like not just any double save,
10
but
seconds
Ven
remaining.
Shadow Demon, 2 of the strongest saves in the patch right now. With the Sven,
5
definitely
seconds
feels like you're
remaining.
setting yourself up for a really difficult game.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I was wrong when it comes to bans, obviously, already as Bloodseeker, but will they ban out Bane or Shadow Demon here? Or will they be like, they're gonna get one of these two anyway, and he's performing the same way on both of them, so let's just ban out one of the cores that's
Dire
messing with
team
us
ban.
instead. Oh, no, they just ban out the Kotl. So that one is the same, like in the last game.
Okie dokie. LGD.
Okie dokie.
Wait.
What?
No, LGD banned the Bane, didn't they?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, in first game.
So they ban out the Bloodseeker, which is a little bit different,
They
right?
ban out the Bloodseeker now. In the last game, they did ban out the Bloodseeker,
Oh,
but
yes,
only
yes.
upon picking Slar.
Yeah. I know, I'm kind of curious. I thought they got away with not banning the Bloodseeker last game, and now they choose to go back and ban it.
So the thought process is, if they ban Bane, then Team Spirit's just going to pick Shadow Demon. So why not just leave both of them in the pool? At least you can get rid of another hero that is hard to replace, and LGD now have an option to get Bane or Shadow Demon for themselves if needed.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon's a nice answer to Bane as well. If anyone gets gripped up, you can always just release them.
Team Spirit.
And it's Team Spirit who banned the Bane, okay.
Monkey King.
Monkey.
And that...
Can we see an Omni Sven insta-pick by Team Spirit? It's not really their style, though, but it's doable. Or you can instantly think about countering the Monkey King as well. However, if you're
10
PSG.LGD,
seconds remaining.
you're more than happy to put Zinkyu on that position
5
for
seconds
MK,
remaining.
so not sure if Team Spirit
so
can
good.
even think about countering it until late on in the draft.
Yeah, when you have an idea of where it's going to go, you can start thinking about answering it. But until then, you just have to draft your own game.
So it's crazy how even after game 1, like the mind games are already starting to come out. Team Spirit have their read is that the Bane's just going to go away first pick. They don't want to have to deal with that, so they let the Monkey go through. And I mean, now it's going to be a completely new game.
Revenge, though, right? It's still in the pool.
Yeah.
There you go. Instant pick. And with that, they also snatched the Batrider. I'm not sure I'm too happy with the Batrider snatch. The hero is extremely strong, but I feel like Toronto Tokyo, I'd rather have him. I guess you're playing versus Monkey, so it's really valuable. I can see that, but Beastmaster, yikes.
Is that a yikes, Lizard?
Dire team back.
Look at him. would you fight that? Come on.
There's only one. This is one of the few heroes Lizard is intimidated by. Look at those gains.
That guy's huge.
Beastmaster and Axe.
But yeah, the Batrider and the Venge, like both these heroes are excellent against Monkey King. They can move the Monkey out of the ring. So the carry Monkey has been kind of countered in some ways. I think support Monkey King is still going to be fine. LGD, they're always going to flex this Monkey till the very end anyway. And I get what your point is. Like, you'd rather see Toronto Tokyo play one of these Spirit guys who are constantly active instead of Batrider who needs to get like Boots of Travels, BKB, Blink Dagger, or whatever items like to be able to really be always on top of your opponents.
Yeah, right. And Team Spirit, they are understanding that there's a high chance Monkey is a position 4. They ban out the Slark, who is also pretty damn good versus the Bat, and the Vengeful, if she even gets to be played on that position 3. I don't think so, though. I think once again we will see 4 Vengeful. They ban out the Omni. They don't want maybe Omni Sven to be picked up next. But yeah, you're playing versus Beastmaster. You need to address the summons now. And if you put Vengeful on position 3, I think you're going to be in a lot of trouble once he gets that item or 2 and just starts dominating creeps, rushing you down.
So those swap is a quite nice answer to the Roar, though, right? Get someone out of danger.
And then you die.
And then you die. So you don't really die.
Yeah, I guess it's fine as an initial save. It's just overall, you don't have anything to clear the wave, to clear the creeps, right? To stop the pushes. Because of that, it's very difficult. So maybe we might see something like a Mars or a Tide Hunter. But then again, you're playing versus Monkey King, so Mars might be a better option.
Are you guys surprised that the LGD did not ban Shadow Demon here?
Yeah, a little bit.
I feel a little bit surprised myself. Like, seeing that you have Beastmaster you're playing against. I mean, Beastmaster Hawk can find you, they can kill you, but I still think it's a great save. And
Sven's still
great for the laning
well.
stage.
I feel like the Sven, Vengeful, and Shadow Demon combination could be coming out again here for Team Spirit if they can get it. There are, of course, 2 picks in between Team Spirit's first and second pick.
But LGD has done a really good job at shutting down Miposhka's heroes by just pretty much banning out the Coddle and threatening the Bane first pick. They're going with the Hoodwink. Wow.
Damn.
We have not seen Hoodwink, have we?
A single game. Yeah, not a single game of Hoodwink, actually. This is your grand final style of drafting, I guess. Save your strats until one of those last games. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but yeah, we'll see. They can play it on 4 or on 5. I suppose it's going to be a 5 played by Miposhka, but it's a very flexible hero in that way. It's a curveball, right?
Was banned once. I can tell you that. It was banned once.
And picked
I'm very
0
surprised.
times, right?
Because this is still very popular in public games, and like not seeing it in the tournament until now. I will say though, they do have a lot of single target damage on the side of Team Spirit and not enough team fight potential. This is it's a bit more worrying compared to game number 1. Obviously, they still have Collapse's hero, who is pretty much their biggest team fighting hero that they normally have in their drafts. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. Do you think this might be like a setup for a Faceless Void, perhaps?
PSG.
I have no clue. It's going to be fun no matter what, but
I mean, one thing you can say is that it's a really nice lane with Avenge, because that Akon shot damage is going to be amplified by the Wave of Terror, which is kind of nice. It's a couple of little synergies like that which make it quite nice. And of course, when you hit level 6, you've already got the stun to set up for it, so there are some synergies there, but LGD are going to go for the Pangolier and then the Oracle, so they'll get some save for themselves as well as the Panga, which they can lane just about anywhere.
Yeah, they're looking really scary, and this is now pretty much telling us that, well, not 100%, but Monkey should be your position 1, right? And then you have Oracle Monkey lane. Even if Batrider is there, you truly don't care at all. And then later on, you have this constant save for Monkey to be able to do his stuff. Meanwhile, Team Spirit with the Luna. Man, Team Spirit, have these boys gone too far, Nomad?
No, there is no too far. The only time you can go too far is when you're past the finish line. And
that's all I needed.
Yet.
I just needed some reinforcements. I was losing my faith in the underdogs. You know, I needed some words of encouragement.
I don't know. This looks really rough for Team Spirit.
Yes, it does.
10 seconds remaining.
The LGD is gonna ban Sanking or Mars next here as well, and Team Spirit is probably just gonna end up whatever is left over to round out their lineup. But it just doesn't seem like it's enough. It doesn't have that oomph that they had in like game 1, right? All that jumping potential and the massive AoE damage.
Oh, Hoodwink can jump. You just need to channel your ulti for a second and
team back.
Come on, man.
Oh, Lizard.
What
are you like?
Actually, LGD with this Oracle pick, it was just perfect in this game. You can stop all of Hoodwink's damage. You got the save against the Batrider lasso as well, and Team Spirit. Batrider is pretty much the only hero that can go deep into LGD's team and pick the Oracle up. But even then, like, where's the follow up? Who is the follow up for Team Spirit?
Yeah,
there isn't any. Yeah, there isn't any. They banned out the Tide and the Sand King. I suppose Team Spirit will round their draft up with the Mars. I don't see anything else that's really that valuable for them left in the pool. It's just very rough. They do have the Venge and the Luna now to be a little bit optimistic, which is a nice combo. Venge will continue stacking the same way Mira was stacking for the Sven in the last match, but
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's just looking rough for Team Spirit. This little squirrel, a third pick, just threw me off so hard.
Yeah, it really is. Like, this hero has not been picked, and I mean, so the hero was popular about 2 months ago, and then we had the OGA China tournament where teams really figured it out. Like, it got picked the first day loads, and it had a horrible win rate, and then people kind of just stopped picking it because they realized how ineffectual it was being. And then during the ESL fall, I think we saw it like a handful of times, and it never felt that good. So I'm so surprised to see Team Spirit go back for it. But nevertheless, here we are. LGD. They will now grab that big boy with his big old sword, and it's their turn to play.
So it's Mid-Pango, right? Mid-Pango offlane Beast for Monkey and Safely and Sven with Oracle. That's what we're seeing. Yeah.
That's what we would expect. Team Spirit now have to answer what will be their choice.
Remaining.
I will say though, this Luna should be free farming, and maybe if Toronto, Tokyo also Rex, Zhaohui mids Pango, there's a pretty big window in the early mid game for Team Spirit to like just completely take over, but they need to get that. Mars, 1 second. Yep.
Whoa! All right.
Okay.
Right. That gives me some confidence here. I'm back. I'm back to the slap side.
That actually changes things, because I think Mars would have been way too one-dimensional, and now with this Night Stalker, they have a huge window during the night now. Especially if Luna and Batrider will win their lanes respectively. I mean, that looks so much better.
Sign me up. I said 3-0 for the Slav boys, for the underdogs, for the team that no one expects to win here. Collapse will be able to jump on the Oracle. We'll be able to eliminate him first out of these fights. He'll give you that vision for the Monkey King. It's decent versus Pango. I still think that PSG.LGD's draft is a bit better, but Team Spirit is on such a roll that anything can happen here. I'm going with Team Spirit once again.
not only is this a great Night Stalker game, but it also enables the Batrider to actually land lassos without having to worry about the Oracle, because Collapse is just going to be on him like a flash. And let's not forget, we have the very, very important and definitely very relevant synergy of Luna and Night Stalker, where when Luna's ulting, it turns to night. So, you know, he's basically got a second ultimate when you think about it that way. So I'm going to go with Team Spirit. Steven, what are you thinking?
Guys, I have to be the one, okay? You know what? I told you, LGD had the calibration game. Now they know what they want to pick. I know it looks rough for their early game, but I still think game start just like game one. Just hope that they can make it to the late game this time around with their disables. I'm gonna go with LGD.
Alrighty then, that will be our decisions for game number 2. Let's find out how it's gonna go with our casting duo of B-Cup and Mo Farah.
Thank you very much, Nomad. A lot less rhymey this time around, but yeah, it's an interesting draft here from Team Spirit with the Hoodwink in the 5. Miposhka 7-3 with this hero in pro games, so it's not like it's an 7-3 with this hero in pro games. So it's not like it's an unknown for him. Just recently, we've been seeing a lot of Shadow Demon Bane. And now we get to see him on the Hoodwink, which should be exciting. A little bit of a different hero from him. Not that save or natural save that we've seen, like I said, with Shadow Demon and Bane, right?
Yeah, and it is a bit different. The thing that surprised me about the draft, though, was that Spirit took a lot of time to think about their opening bans and picks. So it feels like LG have really got in their heads early on with like the way that the draft order went. So they had to they took a long time to think about what they wanted to do on Spirit, and it'll be interesting to see whether they should, like you're mentioning, is something that they're comfortable with, that they can have such a good performance on again. I was slightly favour OGD, I think, in this draft. I think, and the way Spirit win, right, is I think Steven mentioned it. Like if the Luna could come out of the lane ahead, which it should have a relatively good time. And I think if Batrider does okay, they can be pretty explosive around the Night Stalker. So there is definitely ways for Spirit to win, but I think this Monkey King 4, man, I've been playing so much of this hero. Jinkyu's turned me to the dark side of Monkey King position 4, and it is so much fun.
Is it dark side if you're winning MMR?
Yeah, well, it's the dark side because if you pick Monkey King 4 in your pubs, people just complain. They're like, oh man,
he's playing a carry.
I did some game where I went like no boots, Echo Saber, and they were like, oh my god.
Did you purposely not pick up boots, or did you forget?
Oh no, I purposely did it. Yeah.
Okay. So we were talking about accidentally not picking up boots.
Oh. I'm surprised he went Orb of Venom, though, on the Monkey King in this top lane, because against these two range heroes, like, you don't trade too efficiently, right? And they have vision with the Acorn shot to see trees and everything.
Yeah, so it could be a dangerous time for him in this top lane, but it's definitely different to the IO he was playing previously. This is kind of something that we've seen and expected here from Shinkyu, which is that more I can turn into a core, move around, play aggressive, and be part of the fight kind of hero here for him. So he's going to try and pull this creep wave. Miposhka pulls the camp right next to it.
Really
stops that from happening.
I mean, obviously, Luna's going to be able to free farm onto tower here as well, but the thing is, when you're playing these lanes, right, it's double melee against double range. It's obviously Spirit favored. You want to just upset the lane equilibrium as much as possible. Mm-hmm. So, like, here, the Beastmaster's able to farm the big camp and the wave, as well as, like, instead of just the wave of the Luna. So, yeah, well played by Jinkyu, even if Miposhka does get the pull-off.
Ooh. All right. Atheon just trying to pull it so he could get the disruption on the range creep, but actually Faithmion ends up getting that creep denied, or, well, one of the creeps that he wanted to get denied. You're starting to see that maybe this Beastmaster, like you said, may not have the best time in this lane, but I'm interested to see if, the Courier's just waiting by the tier 2. Interested to see how quickly he gets into this Helm of the Overlord, as he's done that thing where you don't buy boots, you go, I believe, like just Quelling Blade and buy an early Helm of the Iron Will, and that's that early armor, that early HP regen, and it's something we've seen a couple times with these offlaners that really preference that Helm of the Overlord build.
Yeah, I mean, the Helm of Iron Will Rush, if you can get away with it, it's really strong. It's just about those first few waves, about whether you can get to that point without being, like, massively punished. And it seems like he's got away with it so far.
So, Shinkyu has blocked this pull camp. And they've got the Hawk, so they see the courier. At least for now.
So they managed to get one courier there, but now they have to worry about it getting back without it dying. So, goes both ways.
Meanwhile, Luna and Sven pretty much neck and neck. That being said, the top CS for everybody's pretty much up there.
Yeah, it's all very even right now. I think I was expecting this top lane to do a little bit better for Spirit, but LGD have played it well.
Jinkyu comes over, Primal springs down.
Oh, the courier.
Back looking for a courier. This time he'll find Luna's. Oh.
That's a lot of net worth on that courier as well.
Yeah,
it's like 900
gold.
net worth or something.
Yep.
So the patience finally pays off for Jinkyu. Bit of a slow game, but small things to think about.
We'll finally unblock that camp. So Mapushka lays down that sentry. And we'll actually send the courier back home finally. So courier does have a chance to walk back home, and this lane kind of staying quiet. The whole game pretty quiet. That being said, Zhao 8 mid, 28-4 to the Bat Riders 27-3. This has been a very close CS matchup so far.
Yeah, I think when the Helm of Dom comes out on the Beastmaster, this top lane's going to get really difficult for Spirit. And it looks, I don't know if they've been making any stacks yet. I haven't seen the Ancient area or anything on the Dire side, but this Luna is going to need to head back to that jungle. Obviously, we see a lot. Okay, there's a big camp stack, and that's one Ancient stack. Okay. So a little bit to fall back on already. Something we've mentioned, Spirit are very good at.
And at the same time,
nighttime.
At the same time, Faith Beyond's using that board to stack up the Ancients.
Oh, okay.
So he's been really efficient with it. If he can't be aggressive, if they know they're not going to get these kills, he's using the board to just get stacks. Oh, now Jinkyu will lose his courier that came through in an odd way. And he might just be dead. Balance Strike comes in. Yatoro is going to grab First Blood. So he gets caught out of position. Yep, with that bushwhack, and will ultimately lose his life for it.
Yeah, they really want the Oracle here. It's not an easy kill, but...
Bottom lane, Y on the run, getting body blocked by Mira. Collapse looking for the kill. It's Mira who's getting credit for it. Ame just can't get the kill yet. Swashbuckle missing, but the shield crashes there. Should be a trade, and it's Ame who gets the kill.
Yeah, and 6 minute rune about to spawn here as well. Could be a big moment. In this, like, Pango, Batrider, both these heroes that can...
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can I get out of control with this active rune? Toronto Tokyo's going to pick it up. Not the most impactful one, but with the napalm cooldown, it could help.
Now he lost his courier as well, and now he gets that bottle refill thanks to Y who came over mid. Looks for a deep obs, not gonna find it, not on that cliff.
Oh, the lasso,
and they used the magic missile to get that stun on Zhao 8, but he's got the rolling thunder. He should escape and will.
Shield Crash is one of the most absolutely ridiculous skills that is in Dota at the moment. Like, the amount of damage resistance you get is
per hero,
not okay. Like, that skill does far too much. 16% per hero, hits 2, 32% resistance. You're using lasso, you're using stun. Who cares? See you later.
Pretty rough when you're trying to get a kill there onto the Pangolier, and all of a sudden now he's going after Mira. Doesn't have the rolling thunder, but he does have Swashbuckle in a second if he wants to stick with this Venge. We'll go into the trees. They've got Jinkyu for some vision. And over on the other side, though, is Toronto Tokyo going for Y. Y taking a lot of damage. They'll get the kill on Amira, and now they're going to turn on Toronto Tokyo. Y on the run, surviving, and will walk out of this, at least for now. And Toronto Tokyo is not going to look for anything more. Not going to try and dive this with 3 heroes showing from LGD, but they're trying to go into the Fortune's End with a shield crash right on top. Wise from Toronto Tokyo to use that flame break to push Zhao 8 away.
Yeah, that was a nice timing, wasn't it? I'm assuming he did it on purpose. He must have done, but... Really well played. Luna having a good time top though. I mean, we've been focusing around a lot of the action that's been happening in the last couple of minutes, but Toro has that Mask of Madness up with the treads now, so gonna start farming away.
Dire are scanning.
Possess Mask as well.
That ancient camp again, and I think he's got it. Yeah. Wow, this is like 6 stacks.
Oh, on the Radiant Nations? Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe
Radiant's bottom
6 or
tower is
7.
under attack.
I mean, it's a full house.
Illusion.
You know the stack's good when the creeps are like glitching out and they keep moving around because they can't sit still. That's a tasty stack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zhao 8's up top. Trying to work here with Face Beyond, who does have that Helm of the Dom ready. 500 gold to his name, just about. They've got the Boundless Strike as well as the Primal Spring. He'll use that Bushwhack early. Miposhka gets into the trees.
He's gonna see him though. Oh, no
Radiant's
stun
bottom
available.
tower is under attack. Dire's top
And
tower
Sven taking
is
this
under
stack.
attack.
Watch his net worth, guys.
Dire's
Here we
structures
go.
are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under Radiant's attack.
Toronto Tokyo's coming over a little bit, but that stack is gone, and they found Miposhka. Zhao 8 with the Rolling Thunder. Toronto Tokyo comes over, sees that Ame is in here. Ame, who's got the Mask of Madness. Now it's 6,000 gold with that stack.
Do you reckon he's like, he's just seen his Sven take this massive stack and he's like, guys, I think we have a problem. Like, this is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, gets the Mask of Madness and a full Oblivion Staff and almost the full Echo Saber. It's 300 gold off of that.
Yeah, we should say like, as you can see, the observers pointing out, they do still have an ancient stack to take on the Luna as well. So, in like reserve net worth, as long as Yatora does get that, she's not too far behind on the Luna.
And Toronto Tokyo's doing a good job of taking the big camp stack and then coming over to the jungle and getting some more. Stormhammer for 68 gold. Value Town.
All about min-maxing B-Cup, and the Barrow's going to be able to stack again
Hawk.
here.
Yeah, but the Hawk's going to
Dire's
spot
middle
this.
tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a bit worrying, isn't it?
Because God Strength's up in 30 seconds. I don't think they can contest it just yet, but if they find themselves an opportunity to get this stack, that's going to be very devastating for Team Spirit, and they know it's there.
A gift from the goddess.
They
Finally, Luna comes over, though, and they got to, they're going to see Luna taking the stack, and I don't think they're close enough to contest.
Yeah, with the Venge there as well, it does die quickly. And this is what you see from good teams. OG did this a lot, like a long time ago when they used to play these ALK drafts, that whenever you have these heroes taking stacks like this and you're a little bit worried, you always make sure you have heroes protecting them.
Ooh, they're
LGD going to come in.
Over. And they're going to try and contest this. There's the Swashbuckler as well as the Stormhammer coming out. They're killing a Mira now. The stack is left. The God Strength, Bushwhack on a 2, but it's not going to matter. He'll swipe and take the stack. They've got the Primal War onto Yatoro, and they'll get the kill on the Luna. Not only that, they've taken the stack. They've got a killing spree on Zhao 8. That's so much gold going their way.
At the end of this game, that will be the moment that we look at.
Are fortified.
That is like such a game-defining moment. Because we talked about how the Luna was basically at the same net worth as Sven with the stacks. If she's able to take them, she's 2k net worth behind.
Dire's middle tower
at 11 minutes.
Flame Break on the 2. Y level 7, he does have that false promise. Lasso pulling Ame back, and now into the swap. Magic Missile, and they've got the false promise. So he'll survive. He's on the run. He'll throw a Stormhammer out into the Hoodwink. The Silence, though, with the ulti of the Dark Ascension being popped by Collapse, they're trying to get a kill here. Anything they can grab on Team Spirit they like, but LGD already retreating very successfully.
Really well played by LGD. Fabian, a little bit less net worth distribution from him than we normally see from like LGD giving to him, right? But I think it's a good way to adapt coming into the series, right? That you understand this Sven.
God, you see how much Jinku just moved here? It's disgusting. He was right by the triangle. Now he's top. Gets right on top of Collapse. They have the lockdown, and he's not going to make it out. Why with the Purifying Flames kill? And it's just that easy. If you watch Jinku, it's his movements, and a hero like this, he plays so well, and he's got no boots, and it's usually something that he likes doing on this Monkey King, because who needs boots when you can jump through the trees and catch up to heroes so quickly?
No, and this is what I'm saying. You don't need boots, right? And look at his skill build as well on the Monkey King. That's really cool. Like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have Jingu.
No, he doesn't. He's gone 3-3.
Yeah, like you have this pure utility build. Because it's not about doing damage on the Monkey King this game, right?
Roshan
When you
has
pop the
bought
Wukongs, you
the
don't get
red
Jingle
buff.
on all the things, so you don't need to level it up.
Precious bounty.
Radiant's
Every game's
bottom
different on this
tower
Monkey
is
King
under
4.
attack.
And LGD, they get the Roche. There's Blink up on Zhao 8 now as well, so I think LGD, there could be a
Dire's
big
top
power spike
tower
coming
is
through here
under
when they get the
attack.
God Strength back up again, and I could see them really pushing the issue. And honestly, I look at Spirit. Are they ready for this?
They know that they're there. Mid lane, Mira caught. Mira's desperately trying to get into this Ags, of course.
But the difference
Radiant's
between the 3 and the
bottom
4
tower
Venge,
is
though,
under
especially when
attack.
you're in games like this where you're behind, you know, we've talked about how that moment before you get the axe, there's this big time where, like, before you spend that whole 4,200 gold, you don't do as much with the gold as other heroes would, where, like, this Pango has a blink, for example,
Radiant
right?
are
And I know they're
scanning.
on different roles, it's a bad comparison,
Dire are
but
scanning.
it takes a long time on position 4, is what I'm trying to say, to get that axe up and
Dire's
online.
top tower is under attack.
Even when Venge is in the position 3 going straight for that Ags, the same thing can be said, right? You don't really apply much until you've got that Ags. It's just gold being saved compared to, say, what Faith Beyond is giving, where he's got the helm of the Dominator, going into the helm of the Overlord, and...
You've worded that much better than me. Thank you. You saved me there.
I guess I did. You're welcome.
And this is what I was
didn't think I
talking
did.
about with the God Strength, though. Sorry to cut you off, B-Cup, but
I don't know.
I think this is a big moment in the game.
Stormhammer, God Strength. Pushka gets a break, but he doesn't save his life.
And it's going to be the tier
Dire's
1 as
bottom
well.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, just popping that God Strength. They're here bottom. They've got this Aegis to work with. He's going into the BKB, and again, it's a question of whether or not he's going to disassemble that Echo Saber, but I don't think he will. He's already bought the Ogre Axe, and looking over towards mid, they've got the Dark Ascension, but, ooh, boy, Collapse is caught. Collapse getting away for a second, but the
Radiant's
Fortune's
top
End is there. They have the swap coming in from Mira. Why? Looking to get there with the Purifying Flames, but that won't get the kill. Maposhka comes over, and he will defend if anybody comes in from LGD. But that being said, Ame coming over from the side. He doesn't have God Strength anymore, but he still is a scary hero to get in the face of.
Well played by
Radiant's
Collapso, though. He
turret
manages to
has
just
been
stay
killed.
around the cliff edge, right? And it makes it really awkward for Zhao 8 to get this amazing, easy rolling Thunder off. Oh.
Collapse going for Zhao 8 does a decent chunk of damage by himself, but now he'll pick pull.
They have no rolling Thunder here, remember, so Collapse going to be difficult to catch up to. I say that.
Strike misses into the trees. They know he went south. Ame's here.
Oh my
trying
god.
to juke, and 4 heroes will finally catch him.
That was always one of the most amazing jukes I've ever seen.
If he had a way out, that could have been big. But
He does like every spell until the Sven's done.
yeah.
They have Blink Lasso here, though, on Team Spirit, so they want to try and make the rotation back. And they catch Faith Beyond.
El Lasso onto the Beastmaster. They've got the Bushwhack Sharpshooter. Pushka with the kill there.
Dire's top
That's a big
tower
pick off.
is under
Because you have to
attack.
remember, this game isn't just the
Radiant
Sven, it's the Sven that's
structures
getting
are
enabled by a Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster timings are not as important, but still very important for the Sven's damage output.
Slows him down from the Helm of the Overlord by about 400 golds, which, once that comes up, can be difficult to deal with. And we've seen a lot of these heroes that have gotten the Helm of the Overlord, they get that Ancient Black Dragon, they push out these creep waves, especially when they get an early tier 2, which LGD just did. So you can keep the pressure on that top tier 3, make things a little bit difficult to, you know, be comfortable with your team
Dire's
spirit.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they definitely don't feel comfortable at all here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It
attack.
feels like they're constantly just having to play dodge the Sven. Because even with this Blink initiation, it's not even like he farms quickly, he also is a kill threat, right?
Yep.
That's the difference. Whereas this Luna is kind of like at the point where she can't deal with the Sven. So you play dodge the Sven, you try and farm upon the Luna as much as possible. I don't know what timing they're going to play for either around this Luna, because not a great core-to-core matchup. It's okay, but like Luna doesn't like playing against these heroes with, you know, insane single target damage.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, that's the combo. where if you cut the tree down, lets the bushwhack go. Have you seen? Theban's telling us to check Sven's GPM.
It's 783 at the moment.
Dear. Like 18 minutes into the game.
Collapse. He's found Shinkyu, and they'll get the kill on the Monkey King. Had the help there from Mira.
Double damage.
It's funny, right? Because we've seen Shinkyu do this a lot, right? Where you sit on the side of the map, you split push lanes as this Monkey King 4, and you be annoying as possible. Probably the hardest game to ever do it against the heroes that Spirit have.
Toronto Tokyo getting the lasso on to Y. Y is that false promise if he can survive, as well as 20 charges on the wand. He'll get the false promise off, and now is trying to run. He'll pop the wand. TP, and he's out. Does he survive? No.
No. He's still
way too much damage. But he's also picked up a Philosopher's Stone, so he'll be getting an influx of gold.
It's such a great item to have. Feels so good.
Faith Beyond's got this Helm of the Overlord now, working with that ancient granite golem. Always nice when you get your health increased by 15%. Quite nice with this ancient granite golem.
Radiant's middle tower.
I do like that Zhao Eight's going this more like utility Pango build though. Sometimes we see from these Pango cores where they go like diffusal and everything like that, where they kind of like become this like semi-core themselves. I think when you have this position 1, hang on,
yeah, Rolling Thunder coming in from Zhao 8. He goes the other way, but he's got the Blink Dagger. Swashbuckle, Maposhka into the trees. Goes to TP out, but he's been spotted. One more right click there from Zhao 8, and they'll get the kill on Maposhka.
So the point I was going to make is that when you have this big hero like the Sven that you know is going to do damage and is the hard hitter, you don't need to double down on it. Like, you're absolutely fine.
Stormhammer. You're spotted, and there's the Boundless Strike Magic Missile thrown, but Ame's got more than enough damage to get this kill, even without the God Strength, which he is holding. He's going into a Silver Edge, by the way. He's got the Crystos already picked up.
Every time we click the Sven, I feel like he has another item.
Yeah, 816 on the GPM now.
If you showed me that Sven and told me what minute it was into the game, I would not tell you minute 20.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's so far in front.
They're going to get this tier 2. He's got 3,100 health when affected by this granite golem. That seems so strong, just to have a 15% health boost to your whole team when the granite golem's with you.
Shinkyu's item build as well, Solar Crest first. Man, they are all about buffing up their Sven here. BKB on the Night Stalker, as the Observer points out, obviously disassembling that Echo Saber. Unfortunately, for Collapse, it's not just magic damage that you have to worry about here. It does help with the Rolling Thunder, but this Sven, I don't know what they can build on their heroes that makes me feel good for them.
Really, at the moment, not much.
Like, they need to try and find a way of kiting the Sven BKB, I think, but even then, do they have the damage to kill him? It's really tough.
BKB and a smoke from Team Spirit could be, honestly, Roche coming up soon could end up being game on the line here. Especially if LGD just wipe the floor. But Spirit, not like they don't have the tools to bring this one back. They just have to be in the right position to make it all happen. And that's going to start with a kill on Zhao 8. That's perfect. That's exactly what they need.
Yeah, that's such a huge kill. That's the big team fight for LGD, and they're going to have to get out here.
Stormhammer, but there's the BKB. LGD, do they leave? They've already popped the God Strength. Do they want to go back in and fight? They know that Roche is up pretty soon. 30 seconds until they've got themselves Zhao 8 back. And it's a minute 40 until Roche.
Oh, they didn't give it to the Luna. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
As soon as they pop the God Strike, I think Spirit do the right thing by getting out. LGD felt so good even without the Pango, which shocked me.
Yeah. I think they knew that with God Strength popping and with how farmed Ame is, they could still scare them.
Yeah, and I guess without Lasso, they missed that big BKB piercing disable right on Spirit. So, yeah, as the ops is showing, Silver Edge coming out for the Sven. Even more net worth to work with now in his inventory.
Takes the extra 25 movement speed on Sven at level 20.
Just running around at like almost max movement speed at the moment with the Silver Edge and the Mask of Madness.
Under ward vision for the moment. So they know where the Sven is, and they know where he is without God Strength, but it doesn't look like they're making their way over. They've got Collapse cleaning up top, and 2 heroes over bottom to potentially get a kill onto Xiaowei, but he'll leave, feeling the pressure.
Interesting that Yutora hasn't gone for BKB on Batrider as well. Gone for like more of this utility build, like Force Blink and stuff. And, you know, we talked about them finding a way to deal with the BKB Sven duration, but maybe that Force stuff something to do with it.
He's going into the Aether Lens next on Toronto, Tokyo, so we'll see what he gets from this. He's also picked up that shard, so the double flame break. See how much that comes in for him, as they're going to go for Roche. They're going to go for the second Aegis with the Ag shard.
It dies so fast. Don't even bother like thinking about it on Spirit, because Solar Crest, the Monkey King, the Beastmaster auras, a very farmed Sven. It's a recipe for success.
Oh yeah.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I mean, this Venge is still trying to build the Ags, not quite there yet.
It's a long way on this Ags. It's taking a long time. And again, it's another one of those, I've got Ags' Venge, but now we're 8k behind.
Love this item pickup from Jinkyu that's going to be coming up as well. The Lotus Orb.
Dire's courier
Venge and Batrider. It has like such good efficiency in the game.
Whoa. Toronto, Tokyo losing that courier that had the majority of that Aether Lens on it.
Good D-Ward as well by White.
Look at where Ame's playing. Not by himself, because the team's kind of close by, but man, he's so confident in what he's got at the moment. And yeah, they do spot Maposhka. They've got Shinkyu coming with the Boundless Strike. Primal Spring down. Xiaowei.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Did you see that where he got caught though with those? I mean, oh god, they caught the Sven.
Now they've caught Ame, and he's got himself that Aegis, so he's not going to pop the God Strength just yet. He'll pop the BKB, and now we're going to the God Strength. Three-shotting Mira. Oh dear. Collapse here with Primal Roar. Here come the right clicks from Ame. Double kill here for the Sven. Did you catch me, or did I catch you? And that's Ame turning it back around with the help of his team on a Spirit.
Yeah, the confidence of Ame to turn around with BKB God Strength at like 300 HP and just start hitting when you have Aegis is yeah, I can appreciate that.
Going up onto the high ground.
He's so tanky.
How much health does he have now? He's got, yeah, still that 3151 with the Ancient Granite Golem. They'll go and take themselves the melee racks. Bushwhack comes through, but they're still dealing with the Aegis and a False Promise. These save heroes throughout the series so far have been very crucial to each team's potential victories. Having that confidence to just run in and go, knowing that False Promise is ready to save you. And he's going for the Satanic. He's picked up the Reaver.
Spirit only having 6 kills in 26.5 minutes, by the way. It's like unheard of for them.
They've come back from situations like this before, though.
Oh, they have. And the game's definitely not over yet, but again, I don't know how they're going to kill this Sven.
Mira still does not have Ags. You just say, again, you see the supports of LGD higher net worth than both supports of Team Spirit. They're going to go and take this 2-2 over bottom. The last outer tower standing here for Team Spirit. While Spirit are in the jungle continuing to try and farm, Mira desperately looking for that Ags. He's only 30 gold off of it. And maybe that's a game changer, potentially. It does make it a bit of a nuisance with this Venge. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. And yeah, Shinkyu, he's got this Lotus Orb. They have the damage going into the tier 3. It's going to be a problem. Rolling Thunder coming out with the Blink Dagger. They're going to Yatoro. Just have that BKB. And Rolling Thunder.
He's coming again.
Ooh, he was turning in. Got the Swashbuckle, but there's the Lotus Orb.
Oh, was that Xinqiu's? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And this is nice from LGD. They don't force it too hard. There's no reason to push it when you're against this really good high ground defense in the 5-on-5. Just, carry on farming the map, build up your lead. Wait for that God Strike to come back up again and try and look for a pick-off instead. Makes that high ground push so much easier. And there's a Titan Sliver for the Sven.
Invisibility!
Was the same
Oh, he's
last
taking
game.
Paladin's sword. Okay.
Both teams with the Svens ending up getting themselves a Titan. So we're really going to go over the find Mapochka. Ame, very farmed, very heavy. He'll just step on this squirrel, and they'll go for more. Let's have the Ags. The illusion is there, but, well, that was a great use of the first Ags availability for Mira as he's dead and gone.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. You don't force the high ground when it's a 5-on-5. You get the pickoffs. Now you go and finish the buildings. Now that there's less to be worried about. It's
not the most exciting win from LGD if they grab this, but it certainly is the most methodical we've seen them.
I think
not over the top, not too far out of their own way,
Methodical is definitely the correct word. Move from A to B to C. You got your checklist, you tick everything off.
And eventually, you win the game. You've choked them out, you're taking over the map, and making sure that you can win this game and not throw anything away, down 1-0 in the grand final.
It's, and I think the difference between when Spirit are behind in this game and the other games is that Collapse is playing a hero that wants to be playing from ahead, right? But before they have this insane catch that he offers from heroes like Sanking and Magnus, Night Stalker isn't that kind of hero. Like, he can't make these, really good high ground defense plays.
Ame back up to an 830 GPM.
Bloody bounty!
So really maintaining it. And he's just about going to have this Swift point. He's 1100 gold away from it, so basically a minute and a half away. And we really, again, it is different from the last few games we've seen from Spirit where they do have collapse on those heroes. It doesn't feel like they have any confidence in taking these fights. When you see them in these previous engagements, they'll, be behind collapse who's ready to make that jump. And you're not seeing that here. You're just seeing them very complacent with LGD taking all the farm on the map.
Mm-hmm. See the Beastmaster cutting through the trees as well, just checking for the hoodwink, making sure there's nobody hiding, sneaking their way through.
I will put you to good use.
Bash on Xinqiu as well, I should probably point out. I mean, that's, sorry, not Xinqiu, Zhao 8. You can
Keen armor on the false promise talent. There's the Daedalus.
I would say as well, I think the vision advantage that these Hawks have given all game. Oh god, Tron's attacking his head.
So quickly is he killed with that god strength. Jen's also going to be having a Swift Point come in with the gold that he's getting from this tier 3 tower and these racks just to fly in through. They pop the Aeon Disc. First hit bash coming in from Zhao 8. The Stormhammer's going to be thrown over onto Mapochka. The swap, it's actually put Mira in a worse position. And that position's right next to Ame. Swap again with the illusion. The BKB gets popped. They've got themselves the Primal War into the Wukong's command. Yasuo needing to back up, but Collapse is finally trying to jump in with Crippling Fear and get the silence out. The silence is onto the Pango, but they use the false promise to keep Ame alive with the BKB pop by Collapse. The chase is on here from Spirit. They have the buyback coming in from Toronto, Tokyo. They're looking over, but the balance strike comes from Xinqiu. Xinqiu's kind of left by himself. He'll go to the mischief. The right hook's coming in from Yatro. Might be enough to finally get a kill here onto the Monkey King. They get themselves one. They'll take out Mapochka though. In return, down goes Faith Beyond. 3 heroes down the side of LGD, and Spirit finally have themselves a hold.
Shall I getting low here? He has blink up in a second. Oh, can't quite get it off. Oh, the glaive bounce.
It got him for a second, right on top of Zhao, and it's 4 heroes dead. It cost them a lot. It's very costly, almost mega creeps. But yeah, a hold, and I say that, God strength, the right quick damage from Ame. You thought you won, but instead Ame says, I'm the victor.
Ame plays so well this game. The fact that he can be like, 4 of his teammates are dead, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for this. Why not?
And now he takes Roche with why?
Of course. The Innocence Oracle damage really coming in huge here.
Yeah, he's
like, thank God my Oracle
68 damage with the Philosopher's Stone.
Cheap death.
Is that the Axe on the Oracle as well?
Yeah, it is. The Fate's Edict upgrade.
This is so good, this Axe upgrade. You never get to see it, though, because Oracle doesn't farm. Yeah, basically means if you use it on Sven, he becomes magic immune, but he can still attack. Thanks. Yeah. It's so strong, and I've seen
Oracle is fourth in the net worth. When do you see that?
Someone take a screenshot. Innocence is like, hell yeah, man.
Dire's top
Oh my
barracks are under
god.
attack.
And there goes the range Rax.
Dire's
Mega
top
creeps.
barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have mega creeps.
I have to say, the Hawks from the Beastmaster this game have done so much work. Like, they allowed them to kill Toronto Tokyo when they were sieging top lane before, it's used the ancient stacks before. It feels like they've gained so much information, like, off of these Hawks, that they can just use to, like, play aggressive with.
Oh. Yatoro wanting to go into the Divine Rapier, but he's so much gold away from that. They still have to hold this high ground to even have a chance for him to farm that up. They get the stun with the dive bomb from the Hawk onto Yatoro. They'll get the stun and the Primal Roar on the collapse, but the BKB before that. Now moving in, looking over at Yatoro. They've got the lasso. They're going to pull him all the way in. Yes,
he has
they
Aegis.
will. He's got the Aegis. Can they keep him close? Can they bring him in again? That's the question. Oh, the Bushwhack will pull him. No, it's a little bit earlier. But Ame, he's got him. They got him. They got killed Ame. He doesn't have buyback. They'll use the Eclipse that'll take out Shinkyu. They got him twice. They pulled him all the way through.
I didn't see what happened to the Oracle, but he had Blink and Ult up and available, so I don't know whether something cancelled it. Maybe it was collapse, but I mean, for Team Spirit, they do have Megas to try and deal with, and maybe they can get a Rapier on the Luna and surprise us all, but I mean, still very difficult. Ame he gets that kill up in the Luna in top lane, he's like, I'm insane. I can do whatever I want. Starts diving. And gets punished
and
for
they're
it.
still putting the pressure on this Spirit team without Ame. They're going to get a kill here on Amira. Again, not a kill that really matters when you've got the Ags. But yeah, look at that. Swap comes out, Magic Missile. That's going to be bounced back with the Lotus Sword being placed on by Shinkyu.
Bang on.
Oh. I'm telling you, this Shield Crash damage and reduction is... Don't make me go on another rant about it, because I'll be here for hours.
Stupid. 500. Ooh. Okay, so Yatoro's going to go off the Divine Rapier and go to the Satanic.
I'm surprised. I think you have to go for it at this point. Yeah, it's high risk, high reward, but I don't think the Satanic's going to win you the game when LGD have Megas. Like, I don't think you can just stand there with Satanic on and hit the Sven when he's trading with you. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm underselling it.
Can you, though? Swift Blink, Bloodthorn, getting jumped on God Strength?
I mean, Satanic obviously going to be very good at taking off the Bloodthorn, though, if needed.
Yeah, I just wonder if that's going to be enough. They're going to lose Mira again. Shinkyu coming forward, and they've got the Wukong's command. Yatoro standing it in. Now they've got the Blink as well as the Stormhammer. The damage is out with the Bloodthorn. The BKB is going to be popped by Yatoro. They'll have themselves the Lotus Orb that'll bounce back the Lucent Beam, but he's still got the BKB to work with for a couple more seconds. Primal Roar comes out. That holds him still. They take him to the tier 4s. They're going in with the Rolling Thunder. Collapse, trying to deter them from jumping in on Yatoro, who's trying to output some of this damage. They've got the BKB with the Stormhammer for the right-click damage. Satanic, is it going to be enough? They've got the Lotus Orb. They've got the control, and now Yatoro's going to get up to full health. But there's the swap. They get the kills on Mira as well as Toronto Tokyo. Those drop down the Eclipse with the Lucent Beam. They've got the break onto the Sven. The damage coming out, and now he kind of cleans on up with his own Satanic. He'll take out Yatoro. He'll take game 2, and it's 1-1 as LGD will secure the victory.
Really well played by LGD. I mean, game 1, I felt like Spirit got into it through team fighting and things, right? And these really good, 5-on-5 engagements.
speak more than twice. Same song, but brand new dance. I wear out my third second chance. You take my breath and I can't get it back. Might be time for me to face the facts. The best me is with you, but I know I got a lot to prove. They think we're too damaged to fix, but we're just working through a little rust. They like to say we're just young, but I know we won't give this up. Sometimes I lose my mind, and some days it's hard to find the reason why you stay by my side. You and I break our hearts open enough just to see if we'll put them back. No matter what they try, I'll stay by your side. It's you and I. It's you and I. Was it the voice? Was it the fire burning in me? All of the noise turned into choirs of harmony.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by thunder. See the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
PSG.LGD's turn to ban.
Okay, a bit of copium there, Lizard. I kind of feel like this one, like, actually, what am I saying? I said a 3-1 Team Spirit. Like, it's going exactly as I planned, so I'm not worried.
No, you said 3-2.
We got this. Did I say 3-2? Easy then.
Yeah.
Easy. Yeah. Okay. We still got some leeway here. Let's get into the draft
10
for game
seconds
number 3
remaining.
of LGD versus Team Spirit here at the OGA Dota PIT Grand Finals, and see exactly which heroes are
5
being picked and
seconds
banned
remaining.
for this one. So we'll go back to the Bloodseeker ban on LGD. And as mentioned, highest contested heroes. We've got Venge, we've got Bat, we've got Tide, we've got Night Stalker, Klinks, Shadow Demon,
LGD's turn
Monkey
to ban.
King, Cottle, and Bane. Let's
And
see.
the same
Team
thing
Spirit,
happens again,
do they
right?
ban the Sven?
PSG.LGD.
Yep. And LGD got the first pick. They're gonna get the Bane.
Take the
They're
bat.
giving up the Bane.
Take the bat, LGD. Take
Radiant
it.
team
The
pick.
bat is Copium is unreal. with
No,
Right now.
no.
Copium is unreal.
All right. So, what can the boys take on the side of Team Spirit? There's Shadow Demon still in the pool. At least they banned out the monkey, so PSG.LGD won't have that insane
10
combination of
seconds
Bane plus
remaining.
monkey opening.
Mm-hmm.
There is Omni Sven in the
5
pool if you
seconds
really want to
remaining.
go ham.
I think it would be wise for them to actually go for the Sven here. If not, LGD will probably snatch that up. Gyrocopter is another option as well for Team Spirit. The thing is, Miposhka, this is the thing about LGD. They figured out that his two top heroes are Cottle and Bane, and all they really had to do was take that away from him. So if they're really
Radiant
worried about
team
Shadow Demon, they can always ban on the second phase. We saw he ended up playing. Yeah, there it is. So they're just gonna pick it up. Just get rid of them. Like Miposhka's here out of the way.
I like this though. It's really strong in the lane. Shadow Demon, like you said, I would argue that Shadow Demon and Bane are his heroes. Cottle, it's anyone's
10
hero at the
seconds
moment. It's just extremely strong.
Can you
so.
click Q? Yes. Congratulations,
seconds
Cottle is one of
remaining.
your heroes.
Exactly. But that hero has a lot of intricacies that people aren't necessarily abusing as much as they could. Kotl, just buying a quelling blade on Kotl gives him a different dimension, let's say like that. And there's just a lot of things that are fun that you can abuse. But
10 seconds
PSG.LGD, they go with the Pango, as Kotl is banned, obviously.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep.
How do you feel about the Pango in the first phase?
Feels pretty good. I mean, I think game 2 we saw how useful Zhao 8 was with it. Provides you with that disable, really good mid. I mean, I was shook that Zhao 8 was able to win the mid lane against Batrider. I feel like the last few times I saw Bat versus Pangolier, it was such a hard matchup for the Pangolier. I don't know if that's because Toronto Tokyo is not really used to playing Batrider. But I think Zhao 8 excels on this hero quite a bit. Plus, gives them the flexibility to put it in the 4th position or Zhao 8 going for and putting Jin Q middle as well. So it's very nice. I think all around perfect hero for LGD to first phase.
The Void Spirit ban and the IO ban, they continue with
team ban.
Well, what they've seen in the last couple of days from each other, right? The Void Spirit on the side of Team Spirit was really sick. We've seen one IO plus Lark. From PSG.LGD, something that they could even draft right here, but obviously after the IO ban, they won't be able
LGD is going to ban out the Sven here. They banned out the Luna already. These are like the fastest farming heroes in the game. I don't think they're going to give Spirit Sven. And if Sven is left in the pool, Spirit is going to snatch it right away out of the ban phase.
There's 2 heroes in the pool that are super important at the moment, right? It's Gyrocopter and it's Sven. We'll see. I think Sven takes priority, especially now with the Slark ban. I think with the Slark ban, they're banning the Sven for sure.
They were thinking that Slark would also be very good against the Tidehunter. We might be able to see some new carries here.
At last.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
Let's see if they ban the standard ones out first.
Radiant
when it comes to carries, at least, most contested heroes, obviously the Sven. Then we have Luna, Monkey King, very high up there, but of course a very flexible hero, moves from role to role. Gyrocopter could still be an option for both of these teams.
Morphling banned out. That's peculiar.
10 seconds remaining.
Not a lot of good games that we've witnessed played on that hero. This tournament, at least.
For the Gyro?
Yeah, you guys think maybe that's the thing. They're thinking about the Sven and the Gyro.
Now it's Gyro for them, right?
PSG.LGD.
Teacher will take it, yeah. Sure.
There we go.
There it is.
I mean, why would you ban?
Unless it was a bait.
Is it a bait? Is it some next level play from PSG.LGD? Because that's the only thing that comes to my mind. If you're banning out the Morphling, they will ban the Sven and pick up Gyro instantly. It's
10 seconds.
kind of a no-brainer.
If I can call a pick, anyone's going to be able to call a pick.
So they probably knew, but they didn't instant snatch something like they did in the first game. So,
what's going on here, LGD? They've got something up their sleeves.
I am a little bit worried now for LGD with Team Spirit having Gyrocopter in their hands with the Tidehunter. Their team fight is ridiculously strong here. Plus, I feel like Jaro might just be the superior carry left in the pool that we have seen so far in this tournament. Bench, yeah, that's less team fight as well, once again.
Yeah, you are able to... And the Mirana, so that puts Vengeful even on the position 3. Mirana will most likely be that 4. Pango mid, Bane +1 safe lane. I have to say instantly, I don't like PSG.LGD's draft way too much.
Yeah.
I think Team Spirits have got an edge on them. Something like an Ember here or a Storm Spirit feels so good. Just get
Void
one.
Spirit is banned, so yeah, those two would be the best choices for sure.
Just 2 spirits. Feels so good versus all these squishies.
Slaughtering. And not just forgetting, this isn't only a good draft for Team Spirit, but they're in a room full of puppies because this is the comfort zone for them.
Very true. Well, they still have 2 more picks. Hopefully they will get the right ones here. And it's weird that they do not pick the carry right away on LGD side when they already see the enemy position 1 and 3. I know you can probably flex a Jarkov, but Team Spirit, they're not really the team that's flexing too many heroes. They kind of just pick their guys and they put them in the lanes that they think they're most optimal in. And lots of single target, again, on LGD. Like, we've seen that trend in this tournament so far. The teams with the more single target tends to lose.
PSG.LGD.
Storm
It's true.
Spirit.
It's true, and there it is. The Storm Spirit comes out from Team Spirit, staying on brand and picking up that slaughtering mid hero, which is going to jump around and cause so many issues for this Bane, this Venge, this Mirana.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of
10
instant
seconds
catch, right?
remaining.
You have Bane maybe with the grip, but that has to come out of some smoke or
5 seconds
fog, so
remaining.
it's going to be very difficult to catch him. And if you know Team Spirit, Ember or Storm were
Radiant
really the
team
only
back.
options.
Yeah. This is going to be like I don't know what you're going to pick on LGD side. It has to be like an anti-mage, maybe?
They're going to ban 2 more heroes here as well, so this really is going to be the bottom of the barrel carry.
Yeah. I don't know. My brain is telling me like
10
AM,
seconds
Spectre,
remaining.
something along those lines, but this is rough.
5 seconds remaining. PSG.LGD.
AM sounds like
Radiant team ban.
anti-game hero, right? Like you're gonna get something that's going to be playing its own match, and if he does get enough farm, he will win the game. But nothing feels too good.
Faceless Void still in the pool.
Thing about Void
10
here is you don't
seconds
really
remaining.
have that much damage in the chrono, and you have so many single target heroes too. You're
5
gonna
seconds
really
remaining.
suffer. I mean, the Venge is a little bit of a steroid for the Faceless Void. I'm just not so sure it's gonna be enough. That hero needs steroids.
Yeah. You don't really want to pick PL into this lineup, the Tide Hunter.
Phantom Assassin, maybe?
Yeah, we saw that in the early days of the tournament, didn't we? Did have some success.
We saw
like
No,
It's
it
a ban
didn't. No,
here.
it didn't. I just remember this. That PA got like a 12-minute battle fury and then lost, and then no one picked it again because they were like, "Wow, this hero can lose."
Jug, Life Stealer. No, Faceless Void was the right call.
That's gonna be it.
It gives you some catch at least, right? Time dilation is nice, and
Yeah.
catch from Chrono is good, but it doesn't feel perfect, and Team Spirit really have outdrafted them. It's very apparent. It obviously depends
10
on their last
seconds
pick as well,
remaining.
but so far, Team Spirit's draft
5 seconds
looks very,
remaining.
very solid.
I like a Dark Willow here for Chain Spirit. That would be pretty nice.
Something that they've played quite a bit as well. Yeah.
The fear inside the chrono would be pretty nice to hit on a Faceless Void, save your allies, or just the heroes that are coming in to try and dish out any damage.
Omni Knight.
Oh, the Omni Knight!
Okay.
Wow.
Great versus Void, right?
Yes,
look
exactly.
at the
The
magic
GA.
damage coming from PSG.LGD. Do they have it? Like there is a little bit, but
There's also the save, by the way, of the Shadow Demon in the Faceless Void chrono too.
The double save, yeah.
And they don't really have a way to like jump deep into the Team Spirit's lineup.
and the best thing is they like you have these two kind of passive supports, saving supports, right? Like SD and Omni Knight, but they don't lack damage. Like Gyro, Tide Hunter, and Storm. There's plenty damage for the lineup that PSG.LGD has got rolling. I really like the Omni. I expected something different, perhaps something a bit more aggressive, and perhaps because of this Omni Knight, their lanes might... No, it's a 5 Omni Shadow Demon with Tide offlane. What am I saying? This is going to be completely fine.
All right, so no physical way Team Spirit can lose is what Lizard's saying. He's saying he's committed his whole prediction, his whole career is going on to predicting Team Spirit's going to win this game, right, Lizard?
I'm deleting my Twitter account if they lose. or something like
wow,
that.
that's a real bet right there.
Yeah.
Steven, what is
I'm not that bold, but I will still have to go on the side of Team Spirit here for this draft. I think they got something really nice going here. LGD, they have a lot of single target, and this Faceless Void chrono, but he's going to need so much farm to be able to win this game. And I'm not so sure he's going to be able to get it done.
There is one thing which makes I think this Void's lane's going to be very good. At least I think with time dilation stuff, you do have some nice answers. But I mean, one lane winning versus the entire game plan looking very iffy for the side of PSG.LGD. Yeah, I believe in this team, but I'm not sure I believe in this draft. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to go with Team Spirit as well. And let's hand it over to our casting duo for this one. We have B Cup and we have Mo Farah for game number 3 of LGD versus Team Spirit.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Coming into game number 3, even at 1. Always a good place to be. I never want to see a sweep. See if LGD can get the lead or if it's going to be Spirit's way. They're smoking on the high ground. This is going to be a quick one into some action. Why? He's got the homie missile coming out on him. They've looked over at Mira, and they're going to go for Yacht. But the arrow's not going to land. Gush continuing onto the Bane. They've got the disruption from Mira. Y over to the side, trying to stay away from Collapse because they're looking for this first blood. But the fight's kind of ranging on Split as Y makes it away. A time walk out from Ame. Now they've got Zhao 8 by himself. Kind of ranging on Split as Y makes it away. A time walk out from Ame. Now they've got Zhao 8 by himself. Shield crash on all these heroes. And that is going to be 75% blocking of all this incoming damage. They get that kill on the Collapse. The look over at the Omni Knight. They've landed the second arrow. The look over at Mapochka as he had the Nightmare on him for a second, but it looks like all has quelled down. I say that.
New followers.
Disruption? Are we looking for more?
75% damage reduction, B-Cop. I'm already...
Before minute 1.
I'm not okay with this game already. It's just...
Nightmare, Purification. Mira, though, caught by himself, and Time Walk, Body Block, staying in front of him, looking for the damage to be done by the supports while he takes the last hit, and that's exactly what he's going to do. They'll get themselves a second kill, and we've already ticked over into that 1k net worth lead for LGD.
How many bounty runes did they get?
All of them.
All of them, and 2 kills. Well, I agreed with the panel that I thought Team Spirit's draft was really good, but this is such a lead to have to come back from already. Innocence just goes and denies himself to the tower. Nothing to think about that.
So, just saying, Lizard, you should might want to make another Twitter account. I don't know. You're going to be deleting the one you have.
Oh,
start advertising the new one now.
Yeah,
but, Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage in this lane very quickly.
All memes aside, though, I think if LGD are going to win this game, they're going to need a big performance from Zhao 8 and from Innocence as well on the Bane. I think both those two are going to need to do some big work.
I'm being body blocked by Collapse in the top lane. I know he squeaks by. We've seen Bane do great things for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Collapse on Tide this game as well. We've mentioned with Spirit, when Collapse is on these big team fighting heroes, they look so much better. And I don't think that's anything against Collapse. I think it's just finding that balance within the team. I was so glad they prioritized this hero earlier on this time.
Yeah, finally getting one of those, like you said, blinking heroes. But we'll see as I almost expect him to play, 5 different heroes throughout the event, or throughout the final.
With apologies.
Maybe Axe next. Magnus, potentially.
Did that camp just spawn? I think the Bane came out of Disruption just after the camp spawned. That was it's pretty fortunate.
So we'll see. Again, a lot of the talk in the panel was this mid matchup in the second game. Trying to see if Zhao can beat Toronto Tokyo again, but Toronto Tokyo on one of his best heroes. Certainly some comfort for him on the Storm.
I don't even think it's just him on his best hero though. Like Yutoro, this Gyrocopter this tournament has been incredible. I said that his career died at the same time, but yeah, I think Spirit have looked so good with this Gyrocopter hero.
Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, he's very comfortable. And then you see, of course, Shinkyu getting the courier. I'm not surprised. I feel like he is always just killing couriers. That's like his job in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing these heroes with such maneuverability, though, that it does become easier.
Yeah.
Does that Century block the big camp from Omni? I think it does. Oh, can he get a courier of his own?
Courier has been killed.
Yeah, and it does block. I think it blocks it, right? Looks like it. Not sure.
It looks close on the edge.
It's really difficult to know. Fabian getting chased down. I think he should be fine, but...
You've got Purification ready to go. Body blocks, Magic Missile now going the other way. A couple right clicks in from the Creeps and the Omni. But a salve is popped and he's able to walk it off.
Do they have homing missile in a sec?
Back cannon hit Fabian. Oh, misses the Purification.
Nice
Now they've got the Magic Missile and the arrow. Heavenly Grace, Poshka, he's gonna fall to Shinkyu.
What a sick bait by Jinkyu. Gets the leap so he doesn't get hit by Purification. Great spell usage. And they take away the Water Rune as well. Storm, trying to take it on the Storm, is actually going back to base. Which, not something we usually see at like this 4-minute mark.
It's given Zhao an opportunity to kind of, I would say, catch up, but now they're about even in terms of experience. CS is still close now.
I mean, you have to remember though that Zhao got that. I think he got one of the kills at the start of the game, right? So yeah, his net worth from the lane itself is probably a little bit less than Yatoro. Sorry, than Toronto Tokyo. And we should probably point it out again. I mean, we've done it so many times, but I'm assuming this Gyrocopter going for the stats flak build on Yatoro because he's done it every single game so far.
Well, he's gone 0-1-3 at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
Got so the 1 in stats, yeah. And he's going into the early Chrysalis after the treads. It's not his best start where he had the Chrysalis before the treads, but it's certainly a good start overall.
Yeah, I mean, he's still going to be happy with how his lane's gone so far. Okay, if you look at the net worth of the Venge in comparison, apart from that one death on the Omni Knight, the Poshka done a very good job.
Radiant's
leading the net worth in the moment, but you know Gyro's ready.
Not level 6 on the Storm.
Oh, God, Zhao 8 getting that kill with the help of Shinkyu coming in, and yeah, not level 6 to ball laning out.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Can we check these Storm's XP? Was he close?
He's like 5 XP away.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get the kill on the creep so that he could then just zip away, but it didn't quite come. That's really unfortunate for Toronto Tokyo, but Zhao 8
winning another matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we doubt him. I don't know why we ever do, but time and time again, pulls through.
Now Toronto Tokyo level 6, so he's got that ball laning. He also fills up the bottom with a haste rune. Watching Mira look to stack these camps for Yatoro.
Yeah, but if you can see, they actually dewarded the Sentry Ward that blocked the Ancient Camp before, but they've put another one down just now on LGD, so the Ancient Camp re-blocked again. So no stacks for the Gyrocopter on the Ancients at the moment, so really well played by LGD to recognize that.
Magic Missile, Wave of Terror, so much damage on him, Poshka very quickly, and they will rip right through him. Call down coming out from Yatoro, but they've got the swap that's going to bring him back. They've also got the CP coming through from Y, and Faith Beyond with the double kill bottom. Very uncharacteristic of what we've been seeing from Yatoro on this Gyro, and they smoke up. They want to make a move towards mid.
I didn't see, but I don't know whether the Omni was trying to keep the catapult alive or something, but because they didn't even swap him under the tower.
And they end up swapping the Gyro.
When was the last time a Poshka played a melee hero, actually?
Ooh, top, they're going for Ame, but mid, they've got the Nightmare into the arrow. Starstorm, Zhao 8 there. And they've got another kill. Now he's on a killing spree. Yeah, they pushed Ame out of top for a second, but they are losing heroes around the map here for Spirit. It's now a funny number. Brazil.
Top tower is under attack.
Which is interesting with the game, though, right, PSG sponsorship, you know? It gets that more deep.
True. I like this TP from Collapse. They have to defend this mid 2-1. I was going to say, it's this point in the game, though, that we've seen when these Shadow Demon Mirana, Bane Mirana, like, huge kills duo supports, they just link up together. And they're going to get the 8-minute rune here as well between them. Jinkyu covering it.
Haste!
If they kill the, I think, yeah, Gyrocopter knows they have the ward that sees the Pango moving towards bot lane, so Yatoro's going to get on out of there.
Toronto Tokyo looking up towards top because Ame, he used his chrono. Probably when he was getting chased out top. They're also putting pressure on the tier 1. But the creep wave will get pushed behind the tower, or pulled behind the tower by Y.
Tower is under attack.
So not the easiest tower to take, and just LGD, they've got control of this bottom side of the map. They've got Zhao 8 in the jungle, they have Shinkyu looking for an option, and they find themselves Yatoro, and they're gonna see if they can maybe get something done, but Maposhka is right there. Only 2 heroes for LGD, not really that comfortable going for it.
Is Faithian able to just freely take this bot tier 1 as well? I'm assuming he is, because it looks like they're just going to trade tier 1s. And I think Spirit are doing the right thing here. When you do this, you want to try and like run at the enemy's mid tier 1 to force them away from bot. But John Tokyo, this is probably the most difficult start we've seen from him.
Yeah.
In a little while on the Storm. So interesting to see how he recovers.
Also, I want to say that you've got Faith Beyond on pace to get the Kuker. Time dilation. Ravage comes in to get the kill on a Y. They're going to swashbuckle over. Collapse. He's bashed up, and with that Star Storm, Rolling Thunder comes in. Zhao 8 gets himself dominating, now 4-0 for the game. They do kill off the Bane, and they save the Storm, but that's it.
Honestly, I think that's kind of worth it. Like, if Toronto Tokyo dies again, his game is like...
Where's my pension?
Yeah. It would have been incredibly hard.
Stupendous!
So, going back to my point, Faith Beyond's getting some of the... maybe the quickest ags we've seen in this event.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's on pace for it, at least.
Precious bounty.
He's having a good time.
He's only 1,400 gold away from it already, and he's got treads.
And the thing with the quick ags this game as well is that if you look at their lineup, they have the aggression that they can play with it. Well, you know, some games you might think, oh, like our lineup's a little bit slower, we might not be able to use this axe at full effect, but they definitely can this game. Like, this Pango's going to want to look for kills non-stop. Gyro top of net worth now, though, after that stack taking. I think that's the difference between the two carries, though, as well, right, that we've seen in this game. The Gyro's going to have the ability to power farm that the Void doesn't really have. And we've seen these big ancient stack takers be, you know, such a huge priority for a lot of teams. The Lunas, the Svens, Gyros.
It allows them to turn games around that you think might be falling very out of favor if one more fight doesn't go their way, but they get that stack, they get that farm, and they have that next item. Interesting scam from the Radiant, actually hits on a Shinkyu.
Yeah, I think that's why they're taking the stack, because they don't want the LG to come in and take it.
Rolling Thunder coming through from Zhao 8 onto Collapse. Collapse, he doesn't have Ravage to work with, but there's the Heavenly Grace placed on him by Maposhka. They've got the swap coming in under this Mira Shadow Demon. So they already got one save out of the fight. They go into the Moonlight Shadow. It's under the tier 1 tower. They're going to continue to collapse on Collapse. Guardian Angel gets used, and now eventually it looks like Collapse should be run down, but they focus their attention now on Maposhka. They let Collapse run away. And in turn, they'll go for this Omni. They've got the Brain Sap. They're going to look as Omni... Oh, he's not far enough away from Ame.
I can't believe
he does make it out. I can't believe they didn't get that kill.
I can't believe they only lost one hero on Spirit. Like, the Gyrocopter was farming, the Storm was just farming.
Structures are fortified.
And LGD, they should be able to get this mid-storm here, I guess, but...
Not what they wanted. I mean, it is what they want, but I thought they'd get way more out of it. Now they've got Ravage available.
Yeah, exactly. And now they have Ravage up again on Spirit, so...
Shinkyu. He has 2 leaps. Oh! Goes up onto the cliff, and it's out with the TP.
You love seeing that control as well, when 2 leaps are available and they still only use 1. Like, most people, they just panic, right? Myself included. I'd be like, oh my god.
Picked up for Collapse, and I'm getting close to the Maelstrom. Meanwhile, Zhao 8, he now has the gold for Blink Dagger, and he's going to immediately buy it, which could be something that really, even though they've got Ravage ready on Collapse, could disrupt these fights. And Shinkyu's 1-0-7, by the way.
The armor have omniscience.
Having a good time. I mean, they did get those kills in bot lane as well, which I think really helped his boost of net worth.
King's Griffin 13. They're going to throw the magic missile out on a collapse. They don't hit him with that rolling thunder, but they do have that new blink, so they'll be right on top of the Tide Hunter. Oh, but collapse doesn't really take much damage at all, and well, now they have the Ags on Faith Beyond. This is a fast Ags on Venge, one of the fastest. And you compare this to again another different position comparison. Mira in the last game only had it 30 minutes into the game, and even some of the Venges we've seen in the off lane only get it about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's not a hero that farms particularly fast, but Faithion's managed to have this basically free lane bot because Yatura left so early.
Yeah.
So able to, just find the farm with it. I mean, maybe not the best time for the X, just because I don't know if Spirit have the damage to be able to kill him quick enough. So I don't think that they're ever going to be going on him anyway.
Is under attack.
Chrono. That is on to Mira. Quick kill there.
But I would say, look at the Gyrocopter's net worth. Like, Yatura's starting to pull away a little bit here. Not by far, but I think when the Axe comes online in particular, you might see Spirit start to group up, as we've seen before, and go for this kind of like Ravage into like this really tanky, high damage Gyrocopter.
We've already seen the lack of damage from LGD where they couldn't kill Maposhka and they couldn't kill Collapse, so fighting into LGD, especially like you said, when they get this Axe, might not be the worst plan of action, and honestly one that I think benefits them a lot if LGD aren't too careful. Maelstrom coming out for Ame. Jowik going for the Yules, as well as that Shard. Obviously, Shard will come after. And then Yasha next for Venge. And we've seen some of these quicker farming Venges get into like a Manta.
Bounty!
See what Faith Beyond can do.
He might go Manta. He could potentially go SMY, but I think the Manta's much better this game. Honestly, he could even go like casual Yasha into something different as well. I'm not sure what, but Yasha's just such a good item on that hero.
They've just got Collapse standing up front, continuing to farm. He's looking for the Blink Dagger, not too far off of that. So I think the timings, at least for Team Spirit, are going to be that Blink on Tide in conjunction with that Ags on Yatoro. And that's a big team fight advantage for the side of Spirit. But as I say that, they 4-man smoke. They leave Yatoro to farm. They want to defend bottom.
We're here now.
A spot Shinkyu. He tries to leap away, but he's hit with the Vortex. Rolling Thunder coming in. That's going to land onto 2. He gets stuck in the corner for a second. They've got the vision continually onto Shinkyu, but the swap is out from Faith Beyond. Ball Lightning continuing to look here for Shinkyu, but never get the kill.
Detection.
They just don't have the detection to go for this. They still have Ravage, though. They need to be careful on the side of LGD. Chronosphere on cooldown for another 33 seconds. They finally place down the sentry. They get a little bit of vision out onto Zhao Wei as Moonlight Shadow runs out. Only Wise Courier is dead, and they go after this fight. They don't find anything with it, but they did hold Ravage, and they did hold a lot of their spells on Spirit.
Yeah, you can see if they don't have Ravage available, their catch on Spirit just isn't really there. Like, the fact Jinkyu's just able to leap away and kind of walk away unhindered.
From there, though, now LGD are the ones who 5-man smoked.
Yeah. I have to say, though, I mean, great positioning by LGD, right? Because if anybody is there except the Mirana, they probably die. You know, because if they find a void or something, then they're going to blow Ravage. You know they are.
Now, let's see if they're looking to use this Ravage. They'll have Ags come out in just a second for Gyro.
The problem is that even with the Ags, like, they do still have great ways of killing him. Like, LGD have good team fight at this point now because they've got this good lead. Like, all 3 cores are doing well. Like, they have grip. There's Nightmare into Arrow. There's so many different sources of damage to worry about here. But even if you kill one hero on LGD, you can't help but feel like the rest can like carry their own weight almost.
Right.
Radiant are scanning.
Blessings.
Like, this Venge particularly is so hard for Spirit to deal with.
Ags should be on its way for the Gyro, and they're smoked up here on LGD. Blink Dagger picked up, and Ags there for the Gyro. So yeah, they come in at the same time. Top lane, Ball Lightning away. They're trying to go on Toronto Tokyo for a second. Maybe a swap in with potential nightmare. They don't have Fiend's Grip for another 55. You can see that Shinkyu, look at his gold. 1,000 gold ahead of the Bane and almost 2,000 gold ahead of the Omni. He is farming like we've seen plenty of Mirana's farm before, where they just move around the map. They've got this arrow to take out these creeps. They get a lane to themselves for a little bit, and all of a sudden, they're on to their second, third, fourth item.
Yeah, I would say they basically have double position 5, right, on Spirit.
Yeah.
So like the Shadow Demon can farm, but it hasn't really been able to this game because all 3 Radiant cores haven't had the space to farm unless Shadow Demon sacrifices himself, right? So I wouldn't be too worried if I was Team Spirit. Like obviously the Mirana having net worth is, sad, but you have to play off your big team fight advantage that you have with like the Omni ult, the Gyrocopter cooldown, the Ravage.
Oh, Yasha coming out for Faith Beyond. And he's going Manta. And then finally Zhao 8 has that Yules. He's going Shard next, and then Diffusal afterwards.
It's the same build we saw from him last game with the Shard. It's all about that like big team fight control, big utility, and Faith Beyond's basically become this semi-carry with the Manta, like a hard clicker. That's pretty good.
Radiant's
Ain't quieting down despite the fact they picked up that blink as well as the Ags on Spirit. They've got Yatoro pushing top. He's going into a Sanjin Yasha. And he'll go Satanic afterwards. But LGD coming over. They see Yatoro there under the Moonlight Shadow. Magic Missile, Swashbuckle. Posh is going to try and help him out with Heavenly Grace, but they've got the Rolling Thunder as well as the Purification. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? Blink, Ravage on the 3. Ball lightning all the way across. They get the kill to Shinkyu as well as why they'll take out 2. They look over at Zhao 8 now. The disruption is there for Yatoro. Mirror doing a good job of keeping his team alive. They get the kill to Zhao 8 now. Chrono! It's on all 5! They'll kill off Yatoro. Tokyo to see if the damage is he does. Ame's got 2. It's 2 big ones here for LGD as they've lost 4, but it's 2. A good fight for Spirit, but can they stay alive as Ame's just one man right now? And they get themselves 2 on the edge. A 5-man chrono from Ame, but still favoring Spirit in that fight.
I mean, if Ame's within touching distance, like in that fight, then I think it goes much better for LGD, but really well played by Spirit. They managed to get so much of their defensive capability off onto the gyro with the 2 double position 5s, like we talked about before. Omni drops all his spells. They managed to get the disruption off as well, and it keeps the Gyrocopter alive long enough so with the Ravage, he can get his right-click damage output off. So, yeah, good fight for Team Spirit. It could have been much worse for LGD, but
somehow Ame
managed to rescue it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 big kills for them, Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo. But Spirit, you can see they know this style of play.
Yeah.
Save your cores.
I mean, I'd like to see LGD try and push the tempo here, though, now that they know Ravage is on cooldown. I think they can afford to be really aggressive here.
Actually heading towards Roche. Yeah.
Why not, though? I mean, you have Panga that can disarm, like the Void does decent damage. Then enables with the Wave of Terror. And how do you find this without Ravage? It's going to be really hard for Spirit.
Shadow Poison thrown out the spot that Roche is being taken, but they all evacuate from the pit.
I'm surprised. I thought LGD were going to stay.
Yeah, they've played aggressive like that and stepped up in the past. 27 seconds till Ravage, maybe thinking that it's a little bit too close. If an extended fight goes on like they've been, maybe Collapse gets a Ravage off and it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, potentially. I could see that.
And now that might just be the timing here for Team Spirit, because it's 10 seconds now until the Ravage is up. You know these fights take a long time, and Team Spirit are going to look to really make LGD pay. And then it can go to Roche afterwards if they do take a good engagement. They're heading towards these heroes on LGD. Why might be beneficial? Might be in a good enough spot to break the smoke. There's the swap. Faith Beyond throws the magic missile out. They've got the Rolling Thunder coming from behind. And now the Chrono on a 3 coming in from Ame, but they still have the Shadow Demon over to the side. Mira's not been touched. The Chrono doesn't do anything. They've got themselves a Ravage that hits the entire side of LGD. But a couple of BKBs there will keep them stationary. But Poshka, Mira, full support's gone to the side of Team Spirit. With Omni Knight, they get the kill and he'll buy back. 3 heroes gone as Yachiro's going to fall on the side of Team Spirit. They've got the swap as the illusion is here. Thanks to the Ags on Venge. They focus their attention on him. Poshka, he pops the Guardian Angel. The right click's coming in from Ame. Not going to be enough fit yet. Time walk in with the bash. Certainly there for Ame as they'll get Poshka a second time.
Yeah, really well played by LGD. Faith in particular gets that swap off to save the Bane. And you see, like, Spirit getting this really awkward position where they're like, well, we don't want to kill the Venge. Like, and they're kind of committed. Great chrono by Ame.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They kill this gyrocopter again, and you compare the net worths of the top 2 cores now. LGD pulling away with it here, and they go straight back into that Roach pit. Ravage down again. Nothing to be afraid of.
No, the Venge Illusion can help, and now it's not the Venge Illusion, it is Faith Beyond.
Easy shot. Roshan has fallen to the dire.
They get the first Aegis into their hands, and I believe Faith Beyond's going to have the full Manta flying out, yeah.
And that's an issue for Spirit as well, because like if you look at their lineup, like killing the Void at all is difficult, right? He's a tanky guy. Killing him twice? I don't see Ame dying twice while he has this Aegis.
Jowie. Toronto Tokyo's out of mana, but he's TP'd out.
Yeah, he's fine. Is he getting back for Orchid on the Storm?
Yeah, he just picked it up.
I think they have to deal with this Bane while they jump like the Venge at the same time or something.
Collapse is in. They're looking for Zhao 8. He's got this roll up.
What's the damage though? Shield crash?
Yeah, shield crash there for Zhao 8. And now it's gonna try and run, but they've got the Vortex from Toronto Tokyo. So 4 heroes needed to get that kill onto Zhao 8, but it's a good one to get. And it is leaving Yatro open to farm.
The end of the shield crash buff got
top tower
taken off by the purge from the Shadow Demon, so much easier to kill. Not sure it would have made a difference in the end, but
right.
He's getting BKB on Bane as well. I mean, if he gets that this game, I don't know how they stop him.
Oh my god. Can somebody give Y an Ags again?
Yeah.
All of a sudden ends the game with
Radiant's top
14, 15,000 net worth. Smoke from Spirit, but the only one close right now is Faith Beyond. That's an illusion. Doesn't break the smoke. You know, they're in good hands. Zhao 8 showing mid again. So, Collapse. He's got Ravage. And one commit just... Yeah, but there's the Blink. Anchor Smash and the Gush. Rolling Thunder and they roll up, and then he blinks away. Ame is just pushing in the tier 2 tower. You need to be very careful losing that.
I mean, they're just trying to dodge them on Spirit, right? But it's so difficult.
Swap beyond behind them. That's going to be on a Mira. Now they're going in with the Rolling Thunder. The arrow takes out the Siege Crypt, but they'll take out Mira. Without this Shadow Demon, they need to really be careful. But Yachiro's been caught via the Great Wand, and Ame's got the damage to get the kill here onto the Gyrocopter. So they've got 2. They're looking for more. They're diving in, and they'll find Maposhka. Ame with a double kill. LGD find kills in multiple places, and when it rains, right now it's pouring. And it is a storm of LGD that is just overwhelming Team Spirit.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, so I mean, they still have Chrono, like they still have so much to work with. Before the game started, I think I said, was it Innocence and Zhao 8, right? I think have to be the big 2. Faith Beyond, I think, has stepped up the most so far, but Zhao 8 on this Pango looks like an absolute monster. Yeah. The amount of like chaos he can create in the game. He's so difficult to kill as well.
Oh my god.
I honestly don't see him getting this hero for the rest of the series. Like,
it's just disgusting.
Look what he's doing. Like,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The damage reduction really is disgusting.
You're poking a tide, it doesn't really do anything, but they have to react on Spirit, right?
Swashbuckle. Just catching up to collapse. Another shield crash. Rolling Thunder. They're staying on top of this tide, and eventually he'll go down to Ame, who is now godlike 9-0-4. By the way, Shinkyu almost has a full hex.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed, Peacock. That's for sure. And against this Storm as well, Storm's gonna I'll jump the back line, kill this Mirana first. All of a sudden she turns around with a hex, you're like, oh, never mind.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. I didn't want to kill her anyway.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
And
is
there's
under
a cooldown,
attack.
minus 15 seconds. Venge hitting that level 20 mark. You've got Ame. Just about the same experience, too.
Radiant are
Kill
scanning.
this pesky Pangolier potentially.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All lightning. Ooh, in the middle of the shield crash. I believe they got that vortex, but now he's going to use himself up into the air. They've got the call down. Here comes Y. Nightmare out onto the storm. And now the Fiend's grip for a second, but that's going to be stopped. And they'll look forward. They've got the swap on a Yatoro. Chrono's available. I don't even know if they need it. But Toronto Tokyo, he's actually close by. If a Chrono was thrown out on a Yatoro, it might have even caught themselves the storm, but the right click's coming in. Yatoro's not going to survive this. Ame now beyond godlike, sitting 10-0-4. Next, as his Aegis expires.
Toronto Tokyo.
That does not look good.
I mean, you can see though, they have this double position 5 right on Radiant's side, and they're like, yep, we'll just sit behind our gyrocopter. Everything's great. If they go on him, we can save him. But when the Venge swap goes off, they have no maneuverability on their two supports,
Dire's
right?
middle tower
So
is
they
under
can't
attack.
jump in after the swap. And this Void basically kind of if they come near the gyrocopter, he's just gonna kill them.
The fun begins.
And now that the Skadi's on the Void, if the gyrocopter ever gets hit once, he can't run away anymore.
Yeah. And it's hard for him to run away anyway. They've got themselves the Nightmare, the Fiend's Grip, the Magic Missile, the Swap. Anytime you're trying to run away, you're in trouble. And Faith Beyond, he's kind of become this carry.
So there is...
It's got an Eagle song. He's going into the Butterfly. He's almost finished it off.
Ooh. Okay, so they do have the blink on the Shadow Demon now.
That'll leave him a little bit further back in these fights where he's not in too vulnerable of a position.
But again, if you blink in and save the gyrocopter when they're that far in, the Shadow Demon dies straight away, and then they chrono the gyro, right? So it's kind of a lose-lose situation when the Void's this far ahead. Double ward down here as well.
Naturo picking up a double damage. Meanwhile, that Radiant side also stole a blast rig. Arrow.
I think they have
land.
I think they have one more fight in them on
middle
Spirit.
tower is under attack.
And yeah, they are going to smoke up.
Showing
But they have a realistic chance of winning the game if they win the next fight.
Yeah.
And if they lose another fight, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
for
is
Toronto
under attack.
Tokyo.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay. Interesting.
And they're pushing in
bottom
bottom.
tower is under attack.
Noticing that nobody's here, and they've also got the obs on the high ground.
I mean, they're going to have to come back and deal with this. LGD, they want to fight where they have their vision, and this really deep ward.
Tier 3's gone.
They're in
Radiant's
control.
bottom tower has fallen.
Ame's not even showing, and he's just towards the back. There's nothing that Team Spirit can do there.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate they tried to make a play at the same time LGD just forced the issue. And Mirror gets the D ward.
So another smoke here from Team Spirit. 5-man smoke as LGD retreat. Roche may respawn in 30 seconds, so this could time out well for Team Spirit if they win the fight. But again, a tough ask as they're down 11,000 net worth.
Was this Gyro against Satanic as well? I think I saw. I mean, if he
yes, but he doesn't have
it. If he goes
yet.
Satanic, if he can sort of out-survive the initial burst...
Ooh, smoke immediately broken on Y. Ravage coming through on Ame. Do they have the damage? They've got the silence to get the kill on Ame. They're taking a in-time spree. He was beyond godlike for a moment, but now he's dead. The Hex was there on a Toronto Tokyo, but it wasn't enough to save Ame. Got a Blink Dagger picked up by Maposhka, so this Omni again in the same position the Shadow Demon can be in by avoiding these fights and sticking back. They've caught themselves wide. They'll get the kill. A killing spree for Toronto Tokyo. And unfortunately for Spirit, it's a little bit of a longer Roche respawn time. But fortunately for Team Spirit, they killed Ame, and they cut 3K into that net worth lead of LGD.
Great Ravage. Catches the Void and catches the defensive capability with the Bane Nightmare. So LGD not ready for that one whatsoever. And like you say, I think if that was an early Roche there, Spirit, that could have been their answer back into the game. Unfortunately for LGD, it's not going to happen like that.
Dire are scanning.
I love this refresher on the Tide as well. I think you just have to go all in on this team fight. Hope that you get the jump. As we saw from the last engagement. Blink on the Omni Knight now as well. So, okay, so both supports now have that maneuverability that we mentioned before.
Yep.
I think he... okay. Mira's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah. Zhao 8, oh my god.
He's gone.
He was blown up instantly, and Faith Beyond, all of a sudden, he's in a bad spot. Trying to run, trying to hide, pops the Manta, hit with a disruption. They're all right by him, and they have the damage to get this kill.
I mean, I think LGD were a little bit worried that the Roche was up, and they were going to have to get in there, but Arme wasn't alive, right?
They don't have buyback on either of those heroes. That being said, Faith Beyond has the illusion, but Zhao 8's the big one with Rolling Thunder to disrupt these fights.
And that's the thing, right? If these two heroes are dead, they can still take Roche on Spirit, but the Roche spawn is so long. So long. They have rolled a 1 on the dice, unfortunately.
Aegis and Shard now with Roche alive. Zhao 8 has buyback, and the Shadow Poison will spot this Roche.
They have Ravage back up again now as well, so I think they want to go here before the other heroes are alive. They might buy back on Faith Beyond here.
Do they have to, though? He's got the illusion. He can buy back at any time in this fight and be right there. Potentially having 3 lives, so if his illusion's about to die, he buys back, respawns on the illusion, dies again, he's got the illusion again.
Exactly that.
Blink forward by Collapse.
Ooh, close.
And they're looking to swap someone.
I will say, by the way, that hang on, Collapse.
Moonlight Shadow, Time Walk forward. Ame not going to commit anything for that, but they've got Collapse controlled for a second. Zhao 8's here, Rolling Thunder, BKB getting popped. They're going after Collapse. They're trying to get the kill to take out the Ravage from the fight. They hit the magic missile, the arrow coming in. Toronto Tokyo's dead. They've taken out 2 cities, and they're going to continue to go for more. Toronto Tokyo hasn't bought back just yet, as they'll go after this Tide. He's so tanky, he's so hard to kill. But finally, Maposhka goes down, and finally Collapse falls with him. Maposhka buys back, so does the rest of the team. They can't give up this Roche, and if they can win this fight, they can get themselves an Aegis on to Toronto Tokyo, but that is desperately what they need.
How did the Storm die? Did they catch him with a Fiend's Grip or something?
The magic missile, the damage from Venge is so high right now, and they also landed the arrow. They've got the swap as he was bashed up by Roche. Magic missile, but Manta to avoid it. Faith Beyond doing a good job of getting in the face of this Gyro, and I think they were chasing the illusion like that was Faith Beyond. He kind of tricked him, I would say. He stood still and let the illusion move. Swashbuckle swap coming out once again. They've got the Hex coming in from Shinkyu. Lotus Orb is there.
They want
Zhao 8 the control just yet. They're looking over at Zhao 8. Collapse still holding onto that Ravage. Hit with that Swashbuckle. Faith Beyond, low on mana, low on life. But it's not going to matter if he's got that illusion to work with, and he does. And now he's got the buyback. If the illusion gets low, expect him to buy back and get back into the fight. But the Lotus Orb doing work. It's doing enough work here from Collapse, continuing to put it on the Yatoro. The Time Walk in, the Chronos is going to be... Oh, no! Chrono! Guardian Angel comes in, he's going to take Roche! He's trying to pick up the Aegis, the Ravage comes in, and they're going to get the Aegis into the hands of Ame! Just barely! He didn't exactly have the opening for it to start off that fight when he wanted that Aegis, but they get the kill on him here. The tick of the Shadow Demon going to look for now Toronto Tokyo. They've got the Swashbuckle, and he'll Ball Lightning all the way out and bail. They've already used the Ravage. The control here from Team Spirit is now no longer existent, and they did not get the Aegis. They didn't get what they came there for.
Radiant structures are
Collapse almost gets hit by the stun as well. I was really worried there for Arme for a second that he wasn't going to pick up the Aegis in time, because the Roche died and it took quite a while for it to get picked up. And I mean, so unfortunate for Collapse. I mean, there's really small things, right? If he gets the Ravage off before the Chrono goes off, then maybe they can win the fight. But and he has to try and do it to protect his Gyrocopter. Really well played by Arme, though. Good timing.
He was doing a good job in those fights by throwing those Lotus Orbs onto Yatoro and keeping him safe, or as safe as he could be.
Oh!
And eventually it just wasn't enough, and I think the difference there, of course, is that blink with the Ravage. Instead, he blinks into the Chronosphere.
And the thing is, though, even if you get the Ravage off there, right, like, LGD are ready with the rest of the heroes. So maybe you can finish the Roche off and get the Aegis. I still think the fight's going to go poorly for you afterwards anyway. I mean, it's easy for me to say that, but... Always Silver Edge on the Void here as well.
He's almost got that Silver Edge. Jowie looking for an overwhelming blink. He's got this Halberd, Basher, Duels, Blink. A lot of gold for him.
He's 1 XP off level 25 on the Void here as well, pretty much. So that backtrack talent potentially available.
Two-faced.
Arrow coming in. That's going to hit into Maposhka.
Grip available.
Time Walk coming through. There's the Fiend's Grip. Disruption for the save. But is it a save or just an extension of his life? And it's looking like it's going to be the latter. As they'll get the kill on the Yatoro. They'll take out Maposhka. 2 heroes dead. The Magic Missile comes in from Faith Beyond. And they're going to find themselves both supports as well as this Gyro. And Gyro, well, Yatoro, no buyback. Maposhka, no neither.
I mean, the amount of fights... you can get away with winning these fights like without using Chrono is wild.
Yeah, they're getting away with so much, and
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ame holding the Chrono for the exact moments he definitely needed.
I will say as well, I think this game, Spirit came in with a plan, right? They understood they wanted
Radiant's
to hit big
middle
timing
tower
early on.
has fallen.
But the game's kind of like descended into this chaos
Radiant's
that
middle
LGD
tower
are
is
forced.
under attack. Radiant's
And it feels
middle
like they've been
tower
like
has fallen.
taken off the path and forced onto a different path.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And I honestly think a lot of it comes down to the 4 bounty runes and the 2 kills means that Toronto Tokyo's lane goes much harder than it should because he doesn't have that increase in gold at the start. Because Toronto Tokyo's not really been able to like play his game.
Not at all. And he's killed twice over mid, and that's a big stumble at the start of his game where he's on this Storm, very reliant on the early quick starts.
And that's the thing, that these like early engagements and things and early gold swings can like swing the momentum of the game really hard. You just don't see it necessarily. Like one like small mistake snowballs into another, and then
Radiant's
another.
top tower is under attack.
And I think that bot lane for Spirit as well didn't go anywhere near as well as they were hoped with the deaths on the Omni.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And they've kind of feels like they've almost been stressing the whole time since.
Their one last chance to defend here. Flop's going to come through into Yatoro. They've got the break with the Silver Edge. Now the Lotus Orb trying to keep Yatoro alive. It's going to be very dangerous for anybody to really help him out, and I think he's in a lot of trouble. The disruption comes in. That's going to sting for a second, but again, it's extending the inevitable. Then he was disrupted while the Guardian Angel went off, and they'll get the kill onto Yatoro. They'll take the Gyro for 87 seconds. Move on to Mira. Move on to the rest. They'll buy back on the Shadow Demon. Omni Knight can only just watch. Storm looking for an opening, and it's not the opening that you need to go with face beyond. They've got the Ravage as well as the ball lining in. They'll get the kill on a Zhao 8. Ooh, Chrono coming in, and they'll take out Zhao 8. He'll buy back, but the Chrono is going to be enough to pop the AI distance on Toronto Tokyo. Ame continuing to fight, continuing to run quick. They'll call GG. They'll take out Toronto Tokyo. They'll work on collapse. 4 years down to the side of Team Spirit. LGD will take a 2-1 lead after 3 games here in this grand final.
Honestly, I don't think nothing else will sum up this game more than that last fight that they used disruption at the same time as the Guardian Angel goes off. So the Gyrocopter just doesn't get hit by the effect. I mean, I feel for Spirit here because I think that level 1 engagement and their bad laning stage really threw them off, like, what they wanted to do. And they were always playing catch up. I mean, the fact that this Void is able to keep up with the Gyro relatively in net worth, only slightly behind the whole time. And I think Zhao, I'd be
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No Ravage this time around. They have the Rolling Thunder available from Beyond, but it's brought over
Radiant's middle
Yatoro.
tower is under attack.
And they're going to come in with a Nightmare out onto the Winter Wyvern, follow that up with the Rolling Thunder, damage on a Maposhka, Reaper Scythe in. They'll get the kill onto this Winter Wyvern. Slight Yatoro trying to make something happen. Why sitting a little bit low, but the Rolling Thunder, Fire Snap Cookie collapse in some trouble. 4 heroes around him. Anchor smashes. Slight coming in from Yatoro. They've got the Nightmare. They'll keep collapse steady, and they should be able to get the kill. Nothing Yatoro and Mira can do.
Oh, look at the 1 and 2 net worth on Team Spirit as well. It could be a really sad ending to the tournament if
They've got the Nightmare, but keep collapse steady, and they should be able to get the kill. Nothing Yatoro and Mira can do.
Oh, look at the 1 and 2 net worth on Team Spirit as well. It could be a really sad ending to the tournament for them if they do lose, considering how well they've played for so long. And they looked great after game 1 in this series as well. I felt like we were all on board the train for them. And Arme not having to be involved in that fight bot lane, now getting its way through the Ancients, top of net worth by quite a distance.
Unfortunately for Team Spirit right now, that train's looking like there's a Chris Evans in the back, and he's trying to have a revolt. Did anybody catch a reference? Maybe. We'll see.
I mean, the problem is, though, like we mentioned before, Spirit can't find their way back into this game by farming. Like, they have to try and find their way back into the game by fighting, which is why that bot lane, like, engagement, you can understand why they're trying to make it. But as soon as Maposhka gets gone on first, that's like, the fight's already really difficult.
Yeah. They've smoked up here on Y and Shinkyu.
Oh, if they find Toronto Tokyo, they see him under the ward, I think.
And they've got level 6, so they have the Fiend's Grip. They'll use it immediately. No. Mortimer's Kiss is coming in right onto the TA. They should have this kill, but the Winter's Curse, and he gets the refraction off. But the Swashbuckle coming in, looking for the Rolling Thunder to catch up to Toronto Tokyo. There was a trap down, and the Pangolier right over this TA.
Shadows.
Up in the top lane, Collapse going after this Sven for a moment, and over in the bottom lane, you've got Zhao 8 getting quite low.
He's still alive. I can't believe he lived there. Great Nightmare from the Bane on the Ember, keeps him alive. He's actually going to TP back mid on 300 HP.
Jeez. That confident. Trap gets popped. He's starting to get this Heartstopper regen.
So how does Spirit come back into this game? Right. We said they have to fight, but like they have Moonlight Shadow into Ravage, right? So they have good setup. The question is, when the BKB timing comes out from the Sven, can they deal with it? And I look at their lineup. A BKB Warcry Sven running at Spirit's team is terrifying. He's actually getting Blink before BKB, I think that was as well.
Yeah, he's got Blink next after the Mask of Madness Echo.
Which is interesting. I thought the BKB timing would have been huge. I guess maybe it's something to do with against the Wyvern. Like, you need to be able to find the Wyvern and kill him so the Blink gets more valuable, but...
So we are seeing Shinkyu go for the more utility build, not the damage that he's done previously with this hero. He's going into the Guardian Greaves after the Medallion.
Dire's top tower.
So just trying to sustain... keep these heroes alive against the team fight of Team Spirit. That blink in with the Ravage, potentially the damage output coming in from Toronto Tokyo. And I say potentially because he's so far behind still of Zhao 8 and the Sven. You expect a hero like this to have stacks made for him, pushed towards the Desolator earlier. But unfortunately, they just had that ancient camp blocked for so long. They had these camps just not showing multiple camps or multiple stacks, and it just was TA falling further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, right, this TA sometimes has a bad lane, right? It happens. We've seen TAs against Razors and everything before. It happens. If the TA has a bad lane and the Ember has a bad lane, though, it's tough.
Ooh, I think he saw him. He'll bounce and kind of get caught there, but finally they're right on top of the Winter Wyvern. They've got the disarm, they'll have the nightmare. Shinkyu, snap fire. With that fire snap cookie.
You broke my fall
They'll
perfect.
stun up Maposhka, they have the lockdown to get the kill, and Faith Beyond gets credit for that one. Still
Dire's
3k
top
lead
tower
here
is
for
under
LGD.
Dire's
They might
top
try and go on
tower
Jarrah
has
here
fallen.
potentially.
They'll throw the Ravage. You got the Ghost Shroud off. They bring in Yatoro. Searing Chains. Do they have enough? Stormhammer, God Strength, Reaper Scythe. Oh, Xiao 8. He gets Yatoro low with the help of Ame, but now they've used that God Strength and they don't get a kill. Oh, the Mortimer's Kisses.
Sin's expectation.
That's twice now that Team Spirit have reacted well, though, and managed to almost get away.
And not only managed to get away, they're going to try and fight into this. The arrow thrown in and
Great
gets
arrow.
the Snapfire. Starstorm coming through. They'll get the kill on a Shinkyu. Look over at Faith Beyond. He's hit with the Winter's Curse, only has 18% damage reduction and gets killed off by Maposhka. Meanwhile, Ame comes back in, finishes off Mira. They've got the Fiend's Grip onto the Ember. The Gush is going to be thrown over as well as the Anchor Smash. Splinter Blast, Cold Embrace on a collapse. Ame without the God Strength anymore. They've got the Side Effects. They'll get the kill on a Y. Now looking over at Xiao 8, no Reaper Sights, but do they have the damage to finally finish off this time?
TA's here.
Rolling in, Toronto, Tokyo. He comes in, trying to finish off these heroes. Looks over at Xiao 8. Ame needs to run. He needs to bail on this Necro. And well, Xiao 8 on the tier 1 tower still getting the Team Spirit. And that deficit is evaporated.
Well, I said how would they deal with the Sven? Turns out if you kill everybody else except the Sven, it doesn't matter, Beacop. And they've got the Dessa on the TA all of a sudden with those kills. She's 800 gold off the, also off the blink, right? Like 800, 900 gold.
All of a sudden,
I can't believe it.
Xiao 8 and Faith Beyond are the ones who have fallen behind.
And Xiao 8's gone from having this amazing game to like dying twice in a row.
To you.
And like you say, he's fallen so far behind. What happened? I can't. Like Toronto Tokyo managed to find like 5 minutes of farm, and like we said, the hero can catch up. I just didn't think it was going to be able to have the space to do.
Radiant's
that.
middle
And
tower is under attack.
LGD kind of just
Dire's
wander
turret
into the
has
fight
been
one by
killed.
one and get picked off.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, it felt
is
like it
under
was a little
attack.
bit of save your friend syndrome at times. Nightmare collapse. Uh-oh, in some trouble. They do have the Reaper Scythe. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie that lands on it too, but they use the Moonlight Shadow. There's the Reaper Scythe slamming down on a collapse. They've got the Rolling Thunder to follow it up on a Maposhka. He'll Cold Embrace himself. And they'll take out
Dire's
Maposhka
middle
as
tower
well.
is under
2
attack.
kills there for
Radiant's
LGD.
bottom
Miro will
tower
get
is
back
under
under the Shroud
attack.
of Moonlight Shadow.
Dire's
Wasn't
top
enough to
tower
save his
is
allies though, and now they'll go right into Roche with God Strength being used just to get those kills, and now try and take an Aegis.
They have to fight this. I think they need to buy back on the tide. I really don't think you can give this up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I don't know, I
attack.
guess without the Wyvern it's impossible though. It's so difficult. Like you have this TA lineup that you want to play tempo with, and you don't even get the first Aegis.
This
Oh,
is for
not-
Spirit away.
Dire's
And all
middle
that good
tower
work that
has
they've just
fallen.
done, killing off LGTers one by one, it just gets completely undone by one move.
And back up to that 3k lead. Brigan's Blade will be found for Team Spirit. I believe. Let's see, is that going to be given over to TA or Ember?
Dire's middle
Nitro
tower
moving
is
in.
under attack.
Set of fist searing chains, arrows, still in line with it. That'll land. It's under the tier 2 tower. They need to be a little bit careful how far they're going for this because they're having reactions coming from LGD. They've got the Fiend's Grip coming through from Y. Full duration onto the TA. Ravage 9 time. They get the kill on the Toronto Tokyo. They'll end up losing Y. Now Ame in, but Ame without God Strength for 30 seconds. 3 heroes, now 4 heroes here for the side of Team Spirit. Looking over at Faith Beyond. 36% with that damage reduction thanks to the shield crash. Faith Beyond standing tall, standing his ground. Swashbuckle away, disarms this Winter Wyvern, and now Team Spirit will back away. The shield crash that lands onto 2 as it is maxed out, and it will have that reduction. That makes him
I mean, it
so
could have been
tanky.
3. It could have been 3 if not for the slight dodge, but
They were closing in to the point where I thought he was going to hit all 4 of them. Oh, Nightmare again from Y. Ame has God Strength available, but does he want to fight into this? They know that they don't have any Ravage. Stormhammer, Brain Sap, Reaper Scythe. Oh, but does survive, and now they've got themselves a Winter's Curse. That's going to lock up Xiao 8 as well as Ame. They're going to get the Fire Snap Cookie in and stun up this Winter Wyvern. Now into the Moonlight Shadow. Maposhka trying to survive with the Cold Embrace, but they've got the Scatter Blast coming in from Shinkyu to get the kill onto the Winter Wyvern, taking out Maposhka once again.
Yeah, God Strength still available here for LGD as well, so they can potentially look for more. No Ravage to have to worry about either, so I think the fight is theirs to be forced.
Dire's middle tower
Collapse, throwing an anchor smash, but immediately gets nightmared. He threw that right next to Zhao Wei, Y, and Ame, and they might want to rethink that plan of action, because he gets killed immediately for it.
That's going to be a tier 2 mid as well, potentially. Wyvern is back up again.
Doesn't have the Winter's Curse, though, for 40 seconds.
I mean, did they really defend this, though, without the tide? It's pretty difficult. Here's the wave coming back in. Looks like it should fall.
Middle tower is
oh, yeah, for sure.
Dire's middle
Tom's
tower
here looking for the snipe here. Nobody going to head up the hill, though.
Yeah, Taro. I see Shinkyu.
Oh, interesting. You went Halberd on the Sven. Obviously, against the TA, pretty good. I guess against, like, the Curse and the Ravage and everything, so the status resist is pretty good. So it's not just the effect in itself of the active.
Brigand's Blade, Grovebow, both found here for LGD. Now, taking that lead, 6,000.
And I hate to, mention the same point again, but they can't get back into this game by farming on Spirit, and they're having to fight into an Aegis as well now. Not the biggest deal since it's a Sven.
Dire's top tower is
if you kill him once while he's got the God Strength on, then he's not as big of a threat on the second life, but
right.
Still puts you off going for him in the first place.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I think that's why you can see them trying to push in this bot lane here, because getting these deep wards down and things, they do want to take a fight, but
under attack. Dire's top
OG might catch them half-hearted.
Weekend Stormhammer, no God Strength popped yet, and Maposhka Cold Embrace keeping himself still, but eventually there will be enough damage from the Sven, and he's forced to use the Winter's Curse just to survive. Ame's got that Blink Dagger up in a second. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. He'll go into the trees, try and TP away. The kisses don't land. He'll end up surviving them back over now to Collapse, who's getting chased. He's in some trouble, and by some trouble, a lot of it, because the Reaper Sight lays him down and lays him out.
You reap what you sow.
Well done by LGD to get another kill.
Spirit kind of knew they wanted to be in the area, but you can see they're in two separate groups rather than one big huddle.
Right.
And when the Sven finds the Wyvern, like a separate place to the Tide, where the Tide's getting got on as well, like their two big team fighters need to be near each other to be able to take that engagement.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, traps are down, so Aegis down. Traps are down over here in the triangle. Maybe they'll fight with the vision they have. They also have this ward on the high ground. They have no Tide for 25 seconds.
Precious bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB almost finished off for the TA. Rana Tokyo has kind of come back in terms of net worth. He's now ahead of Zhao 8. All about getting that Ember back in. He's fallen behind pretty far, but just about there with Faith Beyond and the Pango.
Yeah, they're not too far behind, especially considering how this game started. I thought it would be a lot worse for Spirit by this point.
Yeah.
But that engagement before, where they managed to kill a few heroes in a row around mid lane, definitely swung the game a little bit back in their favour.
Kind of slowing it down though, but that's allowing Ame to farm up his BKB. No longer an Aegis here, so we'll see if Team Spirit want to fight. They Moonlight Shadow in 20. Savage is up and available. Everything there for Team Spirit except for that Moonlight Shadow, which is, like I said, up in just a moment. Zhao 8. Okay. Yeah, Zhao 8 had picked up a mech, and I know Shinkyu wanted to go Guardian Greaves, but he's got the Arcane Boots, and now he's going into the Shard, so he might swap his build a little bit. He picked up a Buckler, so maybe they weren't paying attention to their item builds, because he was getting close to that mech.
No, I think the Casual Buckler's really good this game, though, against the TA, against the Ember, like the Gush of the Tide and everything as well. You know, I think Puppy was the guy that used to do this a lot for Secret, right? Where he would get these Casual Bucklers all the time since it has such good value.
You can always finish it in like a Vlad's, right?
Yeah, he could, for sure. I don't think he will. I think just the Buckler by itself is fine.
Hunting bounties.
Dire's top tower is under
Double damage on the TA.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower
bottom's
is under
pushing in a
attack.
little bit. They took the tier 2 tower. They're going to take the outpost. And on Team Spirit, they'll rotate towards mid and get a tier 1 too. There's the Solar Crest for Collapse. Trying to work with this minus armor.
Yeah, I mean, they have this insane physical burst, right? So if they can get on top of a hero, they do die, apart from when the Sven gets Warcry off. And, like, a lot of that armor gets negated out, right? So you do have to be a bit careful. They have Curse into Arrow up here. Zhao 8 with the Force stuff gets himself out.
Is under attack. Radiant.
Yeah, they're not going to get anybody, but Roche, 10 seconds. It's a quick one.
Oh, wow. So whoever wins this next fight, really, that's second Roche. Assuming they scout it out quickly enough.
No trap in the pit.
Like, LGD look really good at the moment, but I could see Spirit just winning the next fight. You know, getting second Roche, and all of a sudden this TA looks ridiculous.
Yeah, and the game's back to even off that. If not slightly favoring Spirit.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, Team Spirit have done so well to come back into this game. Really impressive.
From the start they had, yeah, it's certainly impressive. LGD, though, still making the game theirs at the moment. They're going to take a tier 2 up towards top. That is leaving one more outer tower in the bottom lane remaining.
Under attack.
We'll see what they can do here. Now there's a trap in the pit. So they're positioned in a good spot to fight LGD if they come around. And Zhao 8, he's the one who's closest at the moment.
Yeah, you can see him effectively just being this dangle, right? Where he's like, yeah, if you got me first. It's fine. I've got mech, I've got halberd, I've got this plate mail. So I kind of want you to go on me first.
Gonna be quicker than that.
LGD making sure they stay within touching distance of each other because they're not sure where Spirit are.
Gotta keep an eye on Shinkyu too. So now he's got this shard and he has the blink dagger too. So we've seen him make all out plays where he doesn't really care for his own life. He just cares to get that lockdown in. Blink in and use that scatter blast at a point blank range.
It's such good initiation, especially when you're against these heroes like Wyvern, where you need to go multiple sources at once.
Moonlight Shadow, Zhao 8 again. He's the one under the trap. They're going to go for this. They're going to move in onto Zhao 8. Rolling Thunder used pretty early. The Blink Dagger, the leap away. So far, everybody avoiding it. Mira, and he avoids that Rolling Thunder quite well. And now they're going to turn. They found Zhao 8 again. They've got the trap down on him. They're looking for the Ravage. That's going to land on the 4 of these heroes on the side of LGD. They get the gun to Zhao 8. He's going to be dead for 52 seconds with no buyback. LGD, they pull the ejection cord, at least for now, and Spirit will try to claim their prize of Roche. Potentially. They see these OGD heroes still nearby, and they want to make sure that they don't disrupt them while they're in the pit. Swashbuckle across the river, arrow coming in, shield crash. Ooh, and he'll avoid the arrow. There's the roll-up, bouncing around, trying to get away. And Swashbuckle, he's made enough room for himself and will survive.
And such good space by Faithian as well, buying time for the Necro to come back up again here, because they haven't head into the Roche pit yet on Spirit. If they'd have got that Pango kill, it would have been completely worth it, but now all of a sudden Necro's up in 10 seconds. Can they kill it quick enough here? There's no Ravage available. Curse still is, but there's God Strength up. There's going to be Reaper Scythe.
Oh, they're wrapping all the way around. They were looking to see if they were still in Roche. They expected them to still be in Roche. Mortimer's Kisses is already used. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Nightmare to avoid the arrow. Why? Still in a pretty good position. The Rolling Thunder comes in. That's right in a collapse. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Jowie just came back in. He's taking a lot of damage here from Toronto, Tokyo, as well as Yatoro. They kill off Collapse. They kill off Mira. Both those heroes, well, without them, they're in trouble on the side of LGD. They got the Fiend's Grip on Maposhka. They'll buy back on this Mirana. They do have buyback on everybody available for Team Spirit. Spirit. But God Strength going in, oh boy, they don't have an outpost to TP to, so I don't know if they buy back and try to get back into this one. Arrow finally lands on Y. Yatoro maybe looking for a swipe on this Aegis. He's standing outside the pit. Sleight of Fist coming through, Remnant back. They'll escape to the mid lane for now, and it will be Aegis for Ame.
Do you know what, B-Cup? Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and I think Team Spirit will look back at that and be like, man, I wish we just got in the pit. You know, like, I wish we just commit for the Aegis instead of chasing the Pango. But difficult decision to make in the moment. LGD profit massively from it here. I think that's AC coming out on the courier for the Sven.
Yep.
And that's oh
boy, they found Yatoro.
Close.
Faith Beyond is like surfing with this this Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, for those that don't know, if you when you're in Rolling Thunder, if you shield crush up in the air and then swashbuckle down on somebody, like they get hit by the shield crush where the swashbuckle lands. So it's like a little bit of extra burst damage you can do at the end.
Don't mind if I Aegis of fear.
Collapse picks up a haste rune. He is with Ravage now, but again, you're not going to get your way back into this game by farming, and now you have to fight in to LGD with an Aegis once again. And this is really interesting here from Ame. He's got the Blink Dagger and he's got the Blast Rig, so he's going to jump into these heroes with the Blast Rig and really be problematic for Team Spirit. Yatoro fighting Zhao 8.
Yeah, no Flame Guard. It's really difficult for him to push here.
He's got a Remnant back. He's fine. OGD doing a really good job up 9,000 net worth. They've taken these fights really well around what Team Spirit have to throw. Going Ags though on Yatoro. We'll see if that'll help him in terms of his damage output. And with those remnants blow up any of these heroes, they'll go on Collapse. They've used the God Strength. They'll get the kill onto the Tide. And now, again, 50 seconds without this Tide. He's 1-7-7 in this game. This is really just the exact opposite of what you're expecting from Collapse, especially in this series.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, it is a hard tie game, though, right?
Yeah.
Against the Necro, especially with the Reaper side.
Ooh, force staff forward with the Shivas. That hits Miposhka, but Zhao 8 a little bit far forward. He still has that mech, has the Ghost Shroud with the Death Pulse. He'll use it all. Arrow avoided thanks to the help of Y with that Nightmare. And now it looks like they're going to lose this tier 3, potentially even more. I'm not sure Team Spirit really even want to fight without the Ravage and without this Tide.
With God Strength down, you have to respect Spirit here. You don't take the buildings quickly enough without the God Strength to be able to really commit. And it's the patience from LGD. You have to remember, you know, ESL, they lost the final 3-2. So there is that hunger there to really show that they are the best and they can win the tournament. And I know they won the major and things like, but you want to play everything you win everything you play in.
Yeah.
Especially with a team with this caliber.
Scanning.
And I think that second place, you know, you almost take it to heart a little bit.
Yeah, you got to take first place, get all that money, lock up Zhao 8 into a player contract.
Dire are scanning.
To here, B-Cup.
Smoke used here by LGD. You're gonna 5-man smoke, and well, they're trying to take the outpost, but here comes LGD. Mira, how long is it gonna take you? You might have stayed a little bit too long. They've got Y looking. He's got a BKB, by the way, on this Bane.
But they want the Wyvern, though.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 shots, you're out. At the old ball game, and Miposhka and Mira both lose their lives to Ame.
I feel like I've seen it so many times this game where they're just able to get onto the backline and kill the supports first.
Yeah.
Miposhka's positioning this whole tournament has been so good. And in this game, LGD is just taking him apart still.
Fight once again, cleaning up the creep wave, trying to extend their times.
Yeah, that's really well played by Yatoro. It means they can't push the racks anymore because they don't have a wave, so this God Strength, they kind of have to wait for the next one now. big plus sign for him. Buys them a little bit more time. Not sure that's what they need, but it's something.
Something they can work with. They're trying to get the Swift Blink onto Toronto Tokyo. Got the nullifier now.
On Toronto Tokyo. It's obviously very good against the Necro. Takes off the shield crash buff, Beacop. That's the real win.
Yeah, get rid of what could be a disgusting amount of damage reduction.
And like even the war cry and everything as well, like it's all so good.
It just expires 2 minutes 45 seconds.
Mortimer, I'm still here.
To potentially the third Roche, right?
Are they smoking? Yeah, they are.
Shadows.
They've got the smoke. They see Zhao 8, the remnant forward. Now they're going to go in. They've got the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. Here comes the Rolling Thunder from Faith Beyond. That's going to bounce Yatoro into some trouble. Ooh, Lotus Orb, Nullifier, BKB, ripping through Zhao 8. Now they've got the Winter's Curse, but this was an early curse. They're still holding onto the Ravage. It's only going to lock down Faith Beyond for a second. The BKB as well as the Fiend's Grip on a Toronto Tokyo. And now without the BKB on Toronto Tokyo, he might be in some trouble, but trying to heal him up is this Winter Wyvern. Nightmare from Y on the other side of the fight. They've got the Shield Crash coming through as well as the Firestorm Cookie. They will go over at Toronto Tokyo and as well as Yatoro to try and get these kills. They're low on health. Yatoro on the run. Shield Crash again. I think he was trying to TP out, but stops it immediately. Sleight of Fist comes in with the arrow flying through the hits on a Faith Beyond. And now Toronto Tokyo, he's standing there in the meld looking over at Ame who one-shots Maboshka. They find themselves Mira. They've got themselves around the Mirana. They'll get the kill. Shinkyu with that Scatter Blast takes him out, but Mira will eventually finish off Shinkyu in return.
Honestly, like, that was pretty well played by Team Spirit. They managed to kite out the Sven for so long. Well, because God Strength lasts such a long time.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's still not enough.
So long you can do it. I mean, well played by Maposhka as well. Keeps the TA alive during that grip and the Mortimer's Kisses. Just with the extra heal that comes through. But again, they can't really go high ground here. No God Strength. And not a massive net worth swing either way, because Zhao 8 dies first, remember? Easy to forget since it was so long before, you know, the fight really started. And you can see, though, when that Nullify goes on to him, he does have a big problem.
Dies very quickly. That's what I was thinking about going into the Shard and then the Refresher, but that is so much gold needed for him to really get those items and get that extra effectiveness. We saw why with this BKB Fiend's Grip, it's just so much control. And just another quick kill there onto Maposhka. Ame just ripping through this dragon every single time.
We've seen this from LGD though, they get the pick off. You know what's coming with the God Strength Peacock.
Buildings. And he's got that Swift Blink.
Oh, he's actually not committing for it.
Interesting.
Wow, Zhao 8 not within touching distance, I guess, but I really thought they were going to go for it. He's actually getting heart as well. So, Nullifier, obviously very good, but it's just the raw HP on Necro might be able to keep him alive. Leveler on Sven.
Like he needed anything more. I'll keep it, though.
Oh god, there's a relic. Oh no. Zhao 8's like, hell yeah.
Yeah. He'll take... He's holding on right now to the Cloak of Flames, but...
It's the Pango keeping the relic?
Relic's going on Shinkyu.
Oh, interesting.
He's trying to get an axe, by the way.
They want the Bane as well.
Oh, Nullifier Ravage coming out.
Oh my god.
Zhao 8 might be in some trouble, but they go after Y, and now Zhao 8 on the run with the Lotus Orb. They've got themselves the Winter's Curse. That'll lock down Y for the moment. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming in to try and disrupt this fight from Team Spirit. There goes Ame with the God Strength as well as the Storm Hammer and the Disarm onto this TA. They can't get this TA though yet. They've lost Collapse. They'll end up losing Y. Coming around though is Shinkyu looking for Mira. Sleight of Fist. Not going to do anything to deter Zhao 8 as well as Shinkyu to get Mira, who is dead as a little shredder.
Innocence is... just how many times have we seen this tournament, these Bane plays?
Oh,
Shinkyu!
Scatter Blast done? No way! Alright, Sly comes in.
I mean, they're taking Rex though. So.
Yeah. So he's done his job.
Yeah. I mean, that Nightmare save though on the Ravage, keeping Zhao 8 alive, basically means they can kill Collapse with the Scythe.
Yeah.
Like, it all snowballs, and...
How many times have we just seen such amazing Bane plays in this event?
I mean, no wonder Bane's been so highly prioritized in this final, though.
10 seconds till everybody's up here on the side of Team Spirit. Ravage not available for 76, Winter's Curse for 14, but 2 sets of racks are gone and only 1 set remains over bottom. You gotta assume you know where they're coming from at this point.
This Sven's been able to drop boots as well, right? I think because he has ninja gear.
And Swift Blink, yeah.
Yeah, so doesn't even need, like... He's just able to have his halberd and his Echo Saber in because of the... You know, basically the boots upgrade into the neutral slot. And they found a flicker as well, so he can even take that if he really wants.
TA went for the MKB instead of the Swift Blink. And then Ember, like I said, going into the Refresher Orb, but only 3,400 gold.
I mean, honestly, Yutoro's got a lot more net worth this game than I thought he'd have.
Certainly. The Collapse is the big difference maker. They're going to find Mira, the Pot, the God Strength. Ooh, instead of the Refresher goes Rod of Atos on Yatoro.
For Glipnir, I assume? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean... Unless he's just thinking, like, I need an item right now to be able to fight, and I'm not going to have the time to get this Refresher.
Roche is up.
And they
just cheese Refresher Shard. And they're going to try and fight into this. They've got the Gleipnir, but now the Stormhammer comes in. The 2-shot almost killing off Mira. Going after Collapse. Collapse, he has Ravage finally back up. And now they're going to move in with the Mortimer's Kisses. Do they have anything to lock down these heroes? They get the count of Toronto Tokyo. They take out the TA. Now, no Templar Assassin for 90 seconds. No buyback after buying out.
Can I tell you, Beacon, every fight starts the same. Zhao 8 just runs in and says, alright guys, what's going on? How are we feeling? And they're all like, oh my god, let's kill this Necrophos.
Oh, gobble up, spit out,
oh my goodness.
Oh my! If that had turned into anything more, what an alley-oop that would have been.
But you see, like, Zhao 8, he just runs into the fight, and TA just runs in to try and kill him. Does nothing because of the Nightmare that comes onto Zhao 8. And then they just kill him with the grip. But they still have Ravage and everything, but Toronto Tokyo has no buyback now.
Yeah, and he's dead for 53 more seconds. They need to try and defend. Sleight of Fist coming through. Now Zhao 8, like you said, moving forward. Reaper Scythe on Tamira. Not going to be enough for the kill. They've got Maposhka. He's hidden via the Glimmer Cape, but coming over Stingon as well as Y. He'll blink away and avoid them. But this is going to be Mega Creeps. They're going to go to the tier 4s. Try and lock up this ground final. They're high-fiving Zhao 8 while he's just in their faces while the rest of the team takes the tier 4. Swashbuckle coming in from Faith Beyond. There's the Ravage. Going to get the kill on Zhao 8. Oh, Nightmare! Why again? Did he save him? Yes, he did. The Goblops in the spit outs there. They'll get the kill to Collapse as well as Mira. They'll take out 2 with the Winter Curse is finally in. That's going to be on the Shinku. The OGA-LGD are the OGA Invitational champions.
Probably a lot of people's favourites coming into this tournament, but they've shown why. You have to feel for Team Spirit, though. I mean, we should talk about them first before we move on to, obviously, LGD just crushing.
Right.
Spirit... well deserved. I'm sure they'll get a lot of praise for this. Maybe, you know, game 1 especially, they're great. Game 2, 3, 4 fell apart a little bit, but don't forget the whole lower bracket run they had before. You know, coming into TI, that's going to be a big confidence boost for them, and looking forward to seeing more from them. But LGD B Cup, they just do LGD things again.
Yeah,
and
yeah, they do.
Everybody talking about, oh, it's nothing to say, going to be like coming into the event and stuff and whatnot. They, you know, whether he does or doesn't, they're still going to be up there. You know, talked about they can reach the top, so we'll see what happens. But you know, well deserved for this event, and especially after losing game 1, you know, having that right mentality and coming back, adjusting well into the series, I think they did a good job.
Yeah, LGD showing that they have everything it takes still with Zhao 8 to get it done. And I got another text message here. With the victory today, we have secured enough funds to lock down Zhao 8 into a player's contract, and we'll have him permanently. Don't read this out loud.